summit, I encourage all of us to think beyond remittances and symbolism. Let us talk about factories, farms, processing, plants, logistics, platforms, digital enterprises, and export pipelines. Let us explore ownership, governance, skills transfer, and accountability. May I thank you all for being part of this important conversation. Ghana's economic restructuring, championed by the champion of reparations, our own President Mahama, is a long journey, but it is one that we must take. With the diaspora as a partner, the task becomes not only possible, but eminently achievable. Thank you. I wish you all a productive and meaningful summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Augustus Gusitano, Presidential Advisor for 24-Hour Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, who's joined us here. It's been a busy time, a lot of side meetings, and we thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for making time this morning. May I also acknowledge as well the oldest community or society on the continent of Africa, the African American Association of Ghana. Where are you? I'm told they are 35 years old this year. Well done to you, well done to you, well done to you. It gives me great pleasure now to yield the podium to the CEO of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, here to present diaspora investment tools in all sectors. Please warmly welcome Mr. Simon Maggi.
Good morning. Hello, good morning. The energy. Good morning. As you know, I cannot give a speech after all that you've heard. So I'll choose to make a presentation, because if I decide to scale or mark myself, it will be 0.5 over 10. After you've heard from our venerable presidential advisor on the 24-hour economy, my best is only to give you a presentation on the diaspora investment tools. But I'll start off by, as we say in Ghana, standing on all existing protocols and to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs and the two deputy ministers, one for Foreign Affairs and one for Trade and Agribusiness, and our special presidential advisor, and also Ambassador Kospio Gabriel, our special envoy for reparations, and then my colleagues, KOD and others from government. Thank you for giving me the podium. Now, if you look behind me, and when I sat there, I was looking at the pictures behind me, you will see our first president, the Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and others around him, you see the likes of George Padmore. So I was just thinking that if Africa's political emancipation was actively undertaken by our friends in the diaspora, by our own Africans who went to school abroad and returned home to ensure that we are politically emancipated, then now is the time for our friends in the diaspora to join hands with us to ensure we are economically emancipated. And this is the time. So whatever presentation I'm going to make today will focus on what we've been doing in Ghana and the rest of the continent to ensure that you can all join us to develop economically. I want us to listen to one of our own diasporan returnees.
Hi, the name is K.S. Selman. I'm right now standing, I believe, on the 8th floor of the GIPC. Now, I have a word of advice. You know, some time ago, I heard somebody making a statement, and he said to me, he says, I thank God that I took a stand on the right side of history. And I won't go into that here, but I want to encourage everyone listening to me, those of you out in the diaspora, investing in Ghana now And very soon you say to yourself, I took a decision on the right side of history. Look, Ghana is open for business. Things are happening, but we need you. You are the ones that will make it happen. So don't sit out there and appreciate that I hear something is going on in Ghana. No, come and be a part of what is going on in Ghana. Invest here, and in a few years from now, you say that you made a decision to stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Right. So please, that's our very own KSM. And for those of you at the UN, His Excellency the President said that the future is African, and we are also indeed open for business. I'm sure you've seen this data already because this has been shared, so I'll move on. Mr. Guzi spoke about remittances as against foreign direct investment. As you can see, remittances from our friends and those of you far outstrip our foreign direct investment figures. Our job is how do we encourage you to convert these remittances into full-blown businesses and opportunities. So these are what we have as a diaspora investment tools. We have the institution and facilitation. We have our policy and regulatory frameworks. We have information and risk mitigation, because that's important. And then the digital tools for your consideration. Under the institution and facilitation tools, we have what we call the Diaspora Index. I'm sure many of our missions also do same, which is to help members of the diaspora to access tailored information and business advisory services towards investing in Ghana. We also have the AFCFTA Index, and that's very important. It's a market for 1.4 billion people, and we've harmonized all our trading and investment rules. The most important part, I think, out of this meeting is that I'm sure my brother KOD will call on the Secretary General for the AFCFTA to now develop a protocol for diaspora. I think it is time to have a protocol for diaspora, and that will help us. We also have our aftercare and investor grievance. We do understand that even though we look alike and we are the same, working or doing business in Ghana has its own nuances. And so our expectations are that when you come to us, we have a division that will help you to take care of that. There's a 24-hour premium service we do have, and we know that you transfer technology, so there's a department for that. And we look forward to collaboration with other agencies, like my brother KOD's office, the ORC. The ORC is the Office of the Registrar of Companies, the sister or mother agency, the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness, and others, to advance your cause. Our act, as I've said, is also under review. His Excellency the President has approved that we scrap the minimum capital requirement so that there is no discrimination between the global African investing in Ghana and the Ghanaian also investing in Ghana. So that's a major reform. And there are all these other incentives under sister agencies like the Free Zone. There is also a strategic investment status. There are lots of incentives for agro-processing, especially if your operation is outside of Accra. And that's where we urge you to move your operations outside of Accra, because all the investment is concentrated here in the Greater Accra region, but the vast majority of the opportunities are outside of Greater Accra. And then these are protections for your investment. I did reiterate this morning that the investment of the global African is as protected as the investment of the Ghanaian. And Ghana has all the policies against non-discrimination in investment. We also have policies against, expropriation of your investment. If that becomes necessary, that the state must expropriate your investment, it is done with a payment, with prompt payment and fair compensation. We have what we call the commercial courts dedicated to solving disputes. And then we've mentioned the AFCFTA. Luckily, Mr. Guzi has spoken about you using Ghana as a market into the West African market of over 400 million people and the Greater African market of 1.4 billion people. You are either using the ETLS, which is the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, or the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. What that simply means is that when you are coming in to invest, don't look at 34 million people in Ghana, but you have to look at the wider African market. And hopefully with time, once again, I'm sure the AFCFTA trade agreement will be extended to our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. So we have one trade agreement to make it easier for us to trade amongst ourselves. So what is happening with information and risk mitigation? Now, my senior members in government who have spoken before me have spoken about information. So what are we doing at GIPC to create an investor tool for you? We've engaged on a project called Investment Opportunity Mapping. We are mapping out all the investment opportunities around the 261 districts and the 16 regions of Ghana. So with a click of a button when it's ready, you can sit anywhere in the world and try to assess which opportunities are available. And that's what we call the IOMP. Part of it is to also work with other agencies next year to have a country-branded International Investment Summit, which will bring investors from all over the world to look at the opportunities that we have in our country, Ghana. And then there's also data support. You cannot invest without having the right data. Our job is to conduct the research, do the heavy lifting for you, so your entry into our market becomes much easier. And please don't worry, we'll leave these slides for you. So don't worry, don't take pictures at all. And these are some of the digital tools. The world is moving digital. So we do have our website. It's very interactive. You can go on, send us an email. We'll respond to it. There are sector overviews. We also have our social media platforms. And our question is, of all the places, why Ghana? Ghana has a natural affinity for the diaspora, like I've said. But we do have quite a dynamic young population, over 500,000 entering the workforce every year. It is projected that in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll have 10 million people that are ready to work. They are easily trainable. We are politically stable. We've said you have access to ECOWAS and the AFCFTA. We have a central location. One of our desires is to have direct flights into the Caribbean because we are just 5 hours apart, but it takes a long time to get there. So these are also opportunities for you. And then priority sectors for diaspora investment. This is where we want to see more of you. One, real estate. We have agribusiness, we mentioned manufacturing, but the creative industry is critical because you understand us and you know what we need and how we play out because we are brothers and sisters and relatives. So we are inviting you a lot more into our creative industry. We have tourism and hospitality. We have the textiles and apparel. We have ICT. We have health. And all these have been mentioned. Green industrialization, because Ghana has a progressive carbon market. We are just about the only country in West Africa with a carbon registry and a carbon market. We also encourage you to go into climate smart agriculture. A few days ago, we've heard that the US has lifted the tariff on cocoa and on some vegetables like pepper and others. We invite our brothers in the diaspora to look into the farming of these products for export. There's a strong circular economy and also there's digital transformation. What do we do at GIPC? It's mainly investment facilitation. We have skilled officers who will handhold you and help you to integrate into the Ghanaian economy. This is one of the most profitable economies, not just in West Africa, but on the continent. And these are some of the notable diaspora investments in Ghana. So we encourage you to really join us. In conclusion, I just want to make it short. We know that the diaspora is central to our national development and investment attraction. Who best but your brothers and sisters to invite to come and help you to develop? And so we'll urge all of you to join us in our own country's development. You can scan, we'll leave this with you, for materials on investing in our country. And once again, Ghana is open for business. And to quote President Mahama, the future is African, and others will say the present is also African. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CEO of Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing like a spot of music when you're digesting such important information. So it is with great pleasure that I bring to the stage one of the very few choirs that exist in any of the ministries. I proudly say the Ministry for Foreign Affairs is presenting to you the Envoys Choir, here to entertain you with soulful goodness. Please warmly welcome the Envoys Choir from the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. And while they set up, just to let you know, immediately after the choir, we have Mr. Jermaine Nkrumah, Chairman of the Global Diaspora Council, who will be giving us a quick presentation on the role of the diaspora in national development, after which we jump straight into our first panel discussion, the role of the diaspora in national development agenda, food and agriculture, energy, finance, investment, education and skills transfer, tourism, culture and heritage economy. And that panel will be chaired by Nana Dr. SKB Asante, Paramount Chief of Ashanti Asokore Traditional Area. And the moderator will be His Excellency King Kwesi Che Dakwa, Presidential Special Envoy to the Caribbean region. And if the Envoys Choir is ready, please feel free to take the center stage. It's all yours. Please go further down. You can continue further down. Let us see you in all your glory. Ladies and gentlemen, they're looking sharp. I heard them rehearse earlier on, so their voices are even sharper. And now I hand over to the Envoys Choir.
the African diaspora. Your return affirms an unbroken bond forged by history, resilience, and shared destiny. As you walk this land, may you feel the embrace of a people who recognize you not as visitors, but as family, reconnected with ancestral roots and a collective future. Asante Hene, King of Asantes, has been steadfast champion of diasporan engagement, Pan-African unity and solidarity. Through his extensive travels across Africa and to Europe, North America, and the Caribbean, he has consistently advanced a message of reconciliation, cultural pride and diplomacy, and development-driven solidarity. He has also addressed the United Nations, the Economic Commission on Africa, the United Nations, and on the topic of traditional governance and the modern state. There are many engagements which, for constraints of time, I will not go through. But I would like to say that, first of all, I prepared my paper for another topic, and while sitting down, I realized that I will have to discard quite a bit of my paper and concentrate on those areas which are pertinent to the discussion today. The discussion being investments by diaspora Africans in our economy. And before doing that, I would like to recall what Nkrumah did. In the year 1965, he wrote a book on neo-colonialism, the last stage of imperialism. And is a condition in which a country is in theory independent and has all the trappings of international sovereignty. But in reality, its economic system and policies are directed from outside. Nkrumah dwelt particularly on foreign control of our natural resources. He painted a very detailed picture of the involvement of companies like Union Minera and so forth in Africa, and pointed out that independence, political independence without economic independence is mere chimera. Now, in my own writings, in the year 1979, I wrote an article in the American Journal of International Law in which I said the following: one of the greatest paradoxes in recent history, is quoting myself, is the extent to which the idea of investor ownership of natural resources, which was one of the vital foundations of the old international economic order, and indeed the old colonial system, persisted even after the attainment of political independence. Leaders of the Third World were content to enjoy the symbols of sovereignty, while the control of their vital resources remained vested in transnational corporations. The first assault on this principle came from the many newly independent countries when they proclaimed state ownership of natural resources. They didn't change much because new governments were persuaded to preserve the concessions on grounds of sanctity of contract. Now, it soon became apparent that foreign control of natural resources of developing countries made nonsense of their newly acquired national sovereignty. So attempts were made to change this. And Ghana experienced this phenomenon. Many countries acquired substantial equity interests in their respective mineral resources. Ghana 55%, Zambia 51% of copper, Sierra Leone 51% of diamonds, and so forth and so on. Some actually nationalized, like in Zaire, the entire equity. Unfortunately, these measures did not succeed in terminating foreign control of Africa's natural resources, or grossly inequitable or deleterious arrangements and practices in the exploitation. The reasons are many. Some, the result of, our own governments. Some, the results of various techniques employed by transnational corporations, such as the mechanism of management, abusive transfer pricing, rather deleterious dividends policy, and so forth and so on. So the prevailing picture of natural resources sector in this country, in Africa, is characterized substantially by the following: the prevalence of foreign control, inequitable or inadequate fiscal regimes that yield low returns to the host countries, lack of economic linkages, in particular industries associated with mining, environmental degradation, no beneficiation or local processing of the minerals, deleterious effect on mining areas and communities, and denial of any meaningful benefits to the mining communities. There are many distressing examples that I could quote from individual countries, but there is not time for that. Nkrumah, in his neo-colonial book on neocolonialism, insisted that true independence requires economic sovereignty. Without control over natural resources, industrialization, trade, and political freedom remains incomplete. This is what I believe in. And I want to follow the Honorable Question's example by recounting a personal story involving myself. I was Solicitor General of this country a little more than 50 years ago, during the administration of Buzia, followed by the NRC. The NRC, in accordance with its policy of self-reliance, acquired 55% of the equity in Ashanti Gold Field and a number of foreign-owned companies, mining companies, and timber companies. Now, I want to dwell on the AGC acquisition because over time, Ghana lost its entire 55% equity in Ashanti Gold Field. As I speak now, I think I'm right in saying that Ghana has no equity interest in the company which succeeded AGC, that is Anglo Gold Ashanti. Ghana sold 35% of the equity shares in AGC for $400 million in 1994 before its merger with Anglo Gold. After the merger, the remaining 20% has been sold in bits over time on the London Stock Exchange. Sometimes government shares were diluted on grounds of its low cash position. Some have suggested that by virtue of the Minerals Act of Ghana, the state still has 10% carried interest in Obuasi gold mine. However, further inquiries have disclosed that this is not true because the Ghana government, on selling its shares to Anglo Gold Ashanti, divested itself of all interest in Obuasi gold mine. Now, what I'm trying to point out is that this is an area of possible diasporan investment. The last time Tumfua Asantehene addressed the issue of reparations, he also addressed the need for diasporans to participate in the ownership of the corporations that were running their businesses. I want to divert this to the natural resource sector. Surely we could have a major asset if diasporans invested in our natural resource sector, where foreign control of our sector still persists. But before pressing further, I'm aware of the arguments against this move. There are some economists who maintain, people like Professor Lou Wells, formerly of the Harvard Business School, that the acquisition of equity interests by governments in extractive industries hardly yields any benefit to the government. He says exceptions may exist where equity is held by well-staffed, specialized, state-owned firms that operate mines or petroleum facilities themselves or are moving in that direction. Otherwise, demands for equity may satisfy some political goals in developing countries when foreign investors manage sensitive natural resources. But ownership can come at a substantial cost in economic terms, while similar non-economic benefits can be obtained more directly. Imposing the above question to you, I want to ask you plainly whether you think it is meaningful in economic terms to acquire majority equity interests in extractive industries in our country or other developing countries. Are we consigned to a permanent status of observers? I concede that the mere acquisition of majority equity does not necessarily translate to effective control or increased revenues in the absence of technical expertise. But here is where I come to the diaspora again. You may have the necessary technical expertise, you may have the necessary resources to make meaningful investments in our natural resource sector. Because Kwame Nkrumah very correctly said that the liberation or the independence of Ghana without the total liberation of Africa is meaningless. And I submit that independence for various African states without the total liberation of its natural resource sector from foreign control is also meaningless. Thank you.
Ladies and for Nana Dr. SKB Asante, who has made time to join us. Please let us give him a few minutes to be situated. As the chairperson of the panel, and now, ladies and gentlemen, our first panel of the day, aptly titled The Role of the Diaspora in National Development Agenda, Food and Agriculture, Energy, Finance and Investment, Education and Skills Transfer, Tourism, Culture and Heritage Economy. This big conversation will be had right now with our esteemed panelists. Before the presentation or before the panel, we will have a short presentation by Mr. Jermaine Nkrumah, Chairman of the Global Diaspora Council, on the topic. But allow me, please, to bring to the stage our discussants. Ambassador Erica Bennett, who is a globally respected cultural diplomat, Pan-African advocate, and bridge builder between Africa and its diaspora. Please, a round of applause. Professor Mary Setrana, who is a respected academic and migration scholar with deep expertise in diaspora studies, development and policy and transnational engagement, and she is the head of Department Center for Migration Studies at the University of Ghana. Professor Setrana, please join us on stage. We are also joined, and we are in awe of this gentleman's contribution to, a few years ago, helping some of our brothers and our sisters attain their citizenship. Please warmly welcome Obenfo Obadele Kambon, leader, organizer of Decade of Our Repatriation. We are also joined by Dr. Kirk Abman, Country Director, GIZ. Please warmly welcome our panelists joining us up on stage. It gives me great pleasure to bring to the stage, first of all, to share a few words before we jump into the panel. Please warmly welcome Jermaine Nkrumah, Chairman of the Global Diaspora Council. And after that, we jump straight into our discussion.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Honorable distinguished guests, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Honorable Gushitano, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on existing protocol in the interest of time. And I'd like to say that Honorable Okujeto, your hats quickly becoming a fan of that. I don't know how they'll fit on my hair, but I'll try. All right, today I'm here to add to the many voices that thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, for designating the diaspora as the 17th region. To be honest with you, let me tell you how ingenious this is. As I sat here this morning in the off session listening to the 24 hours and the elements of it, it seemed to me that there is a convergence of the two. Because, come to think of it, as Ghana sleeps, you have representatives of Global Diaspora Council, Stephanie Lamptey in India, Stephen Asrifi in Philippines, Patrick Abe in Vietnam, Abna Kokor in Qatar, all working to contribute to the $10 billion that Ghanaians in the diaspora remit every year to the economy. So I see a convergence. Thank you. And how do we know it's $10 billion? I think a lot of numbers have been thrown around with regards to the remittances. So in 2023, for example, we know that the diaspora brought in from the Bank of Ghana and also from the World Bank that diaspora has brought in about $5 billion in remittances. Well, here's what our survey tells us. Those formal remittances account for just 50 to 55% of all remittances. Because when I land at Kotoka International Airport, what I have in my pocket, the World Bank cannot track it. What I give to Efia Mensah to give to Kwame, the World Bank cannot track it. What I transfer to my friend's account in Houston so that he gives me cities in my account here, the World Bank cannot track it. Those account for a good 45 to 50%. So every time you hear those numbers, you multiply it by 1.95 before you get the accurate number of what the Ghanaian diaspora brings into the economy. So the Ghanaian diaspora, stand up and be counted. But as we talk about resetting the relationship, let's define the diaspora. I think my friend here on this panel, Honorable Her Excellency Ambassador Erica Bennett, we always talk about the historical versus the continental diaspora. Nobody exemplified, nobody made the case of why we are one better than Uncle Red, the last two survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre. On his first trip to Ghana with his senior sister, we had an event, and he sat there and he said, I want to say something. I want to say something. And when Ambassador Erica Bennett gave him the microphone, he said, we are one. We are one. He kept repeating it. This is a 100-year-old man who came to Ghana for the first time. And what is his observation? It is that we are one. And so yesterday, as the proceedings went on with the focus on the historical diaspora, my phone blew up. My people are like, wait, are we part of the diaspora? But I can assure you, has been exemplified by today's proceedings and the assurance from the Honorable Minister and also with KOD, I guarantee you that moving forward, the policy focus is going to be evenly spread between the two diasporas. Because indeed, we are one and we are contributing to the same pool. So now, let me take a moment to talk about the Global Diaspora Council. And we spell our Global Diaspora Council with GH to focus on Ghana, Global, GHLOBL. We are represented in 49 countries, plus the African Union's 6th region. Places you would not expect Ghanaians to be. Ecuador, Mercy Tebu is teaching children there. You have Stephen Esrifi in Philippines. You go to Netherlands, Dr. Neo Kwe Hammond. Everywhere we are there, all right? Now, we've fashioned the Global Diaspora Council. It's almost as if that we knew this was coming, because our delegate system, which allocates delegates according to the estimated size of the Ghanaian community in each country. If we're all seated, we'll be about 268. And they replicated without knowing that the 17th region was coming. It's now set up as the regional coordinating council for the 17th region. Can you see? It's almost as if we knew it was coming. And we operate with 8 committees, the prominence of which is finance, communication, culture, because we really need to propagate our culture to our 2nd and 3rd generation. And then the youth committee, because our generation, 2nd and 3rd generation, we number around 2 million. So if we add to the 1.5 million of Ghanaian born and raised, we're about 3.5 million, which is easily 10% of the population, contributing $10 billion a year, which amounts to about 12% of the GDP. So the Global Diaspora Council is ready to work with the government with this new relationship. But I'll take a moment shortly before I take my seat to theme my presentation as if you've lived in Accra or any other city, you see there are what I'll call the ordinary parts where developments are not as intentional, and then master plan communities. Now, why is this relevant? In regular parts of the cities, you see people put up buildings everywhere. Developments go on. People are selling on the streets. Activities are going on. But it's haphazard, right? Well, when you compare that to master plan communities, the development is planned. I see that as relating to the new development, the new relationship that's coming. How so? Since time immemorial, the diaspora has been contributing to nation building. We can go as far back as Tetekwashi, bringing the cocoa seeds, and then the Big Six coming to, the Big Six, by the way, were in their 40s. They weren't as influential as you all are. But look at what they were able to do for Ghana to chalk up independence, as monumental as an accomplishment as chalking up independence for us. 40-year-old students returning to accomplish that versus today, the Ghanaian who is a mayor, the Ghanaian who is a legislator, the Ghanaian who is a business leader. With the right relationship, I guarantee you, in the words of, I have to quote, you ain't seen nothing yet. I think whatever you've seen from us so far, $10 billion a year in remittances. With this relationship, you're looking at another $2 billion a year, easily. I mean, instantly. How do we know that? Back in 1992, Senegal allows her diaspora to vote in domestic elections. The following year, remittances shoot up 21% instantly. The same with Mali. The bottom line is, if you allow your diaspora to feel a part of the country, they respond. It's almost instant. And so this relationship, I see that as a master planned relationship, the master planned community, where before things were happening, yes, diasporas comes in, they contribute, but now, with this reset agenda that makes us the 17th region, we are poised to do much, much more. But we have to have the same things that every region has. It cannot be that we are the 17th region, but we cannot vote. It cannot be that we are the 17th region, but we do not have seats in parliament. I don't know how anybody can scientifically explain that a 17th region, when we have a national election, the votes from the 17th region are not included. If anybody can explain that to me, I'm all ears. Okay? Now, if we're 17th region, almost there. Got it. All right. So the rest of what I have to submit are going to be from the panel. But I want to take a moment finally to announce this. The Global Diaspora Council has registered and is planning to launch, get ready for this, the Global Homeland Fund. Global Homeland Fund is going to be a game changer, because the $10 billion that we bring, according to our survey, amounts to just 5 or 6% of our total earnings. So if we can couch an instrument that can squeeze another 1 billion, this time not for Tutobidie, but for investment, I think we have a chance to really make a difference. So on that note, I'd like to thank everybody and have a seat, and I'm sure there will be opportunity for me to expand on it.
Mr. Nkrumah,
Thank you.
who is joining us for this conversation. And as Jermaine, please take your seat. And as you take your seat, I would also like to bring onto the stage Abinam Ponsabio, who is a program director here representing the country manager for GIZ. Abinam, oh, you're here already. All right, sure. Professor Mary Cetrana, if you're here, please kindly join us. She's not here. Okay, no problem. So, Jermaine, thank you very much for showing us or demonstrating exactly what the Ghanaian diaspora is doing and what you contribute that often goes under the radar. And it is crucial that we formalize it. Our chairperson laid out, what the ideal situation should be if we want to encourage the diaspora to contribute to national development. Let me start off with you, Ambassador Bennett. We humbly know you as being a proponent, of the diaspora soft power, which has truly become exceptional. When you talk about culture and heritage, you have been at the forefront of it. Now that we know that we are resetting Ghana's agenda, Ambassador Bennett, how can diaspora-led cultural reconnection be structured to drive sustainable local economies, especially here in Ghana?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me hear you talk now. Good morning. And it truly is a good morning. This is a dream come true for me. At 75, you want your dreams to come true, and this is one. I sit here, Nana. The Ashanti Hini was one of the first people who welcomed me to Ghana. You were with him. Yes, you were. And I sat here and listened to what you said. You see, when you've been in Ghana 25 years and you've been in Africa 50 years, you can tell the truth now. And you really laid it out. And I want us to give him a big round of applause. I'm going to stand on all protocols. See, when you give me the mic, Nita, and let's give her a big round of applause. She is the MC of MCs. When you give me the mic, Nana, I take full personal privilege. I won't talk long, but I'm going to talk strong, okay? First of all, I want to say that in this room, we have real diasporas. These are people who have come to this country for many, many years, like Rabbi Cohen. Please stand up, Rabbi Cohen. I want people to see you. Dr. Desta, please stand up. Dr. Tony Luck, please stand up. Now, these are people who have dedicated their life to Ghana. These are people that President Mahama gave citizenship to. We were the first, yes, let's give us a big round of applause. In 2016, President Mahama gave us citizenship. That was his last act before he left the presidency. So we are products of President Mahama. Now, I want to say two things. One is I want to say KOD and Nadia from the Ghana Promotion Agency, they did the right thing. These are people who you've appointed that's very good. See, as I said, when you're 75, you tell the truth. These two are people that are really, really, really affecting this country. They came to us. We are the Diaspora Africa Forum, the first and only diplomatic embassy in its kind in the world. Give us a big round of applause. You see, Honorable Minister, you know I have nothing but respect and honor for you, and you're doing a good job. And I'm so happy that you have your deputy with you, who is what we talk about, a real diaspora. And I want you to know Ambassador Bauer, who really started all of this. He was the former ambassador to Washington, and he's the one who told us we could come home. So please, Ambassador, please stand up. I want you to. You have to know him. So I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm just going to land on that. I just want to say one other thing. I'm so glad that you really talked about the 17th region of Ghana. There's been some confusion about that. People keep saying 17th region. The diaspora is the 6th region of Africa. We have 5 regions in Africa: North, South, East, West, and Central. And so President Kufuor and President Wad, they're the ones who put on the table that the diaspora should be the 6th region of Africa. This has been modified, this has gone through ratification, and the heads of states see this as the 6th region of Africa. The Diaspora Embassy, we have a flag now for the 6th region. We have launched that flag all over the world. So I want all of you to understand that you are part of Africa already. You're part of the 6th region of Africa. Are you with me? Are you with me? Well, give me a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Erica Bennett, you've done so well. You know, at the age of 75, I can just imagine all the things you have seen. Going into your mind, you have set the precedents to establish what it means to highlight the contributions of individuals. Which brings me to you, Obinfo Kambom, that if Ambassador Erica Bennett has established the contributions of individuals and officers, I think it is right that I find out from you, in that case, how do we ensure that this diaspora engagement strengthens our economies, agriculture, education, even, you know, our foreign engagements? How do we ensure that the diaspora strengthens our economy collectively?
Thank you very much. Memamwaha. Ndonami. Mina nyeko Andre. I would like to stand on all protocols observed, honoring our minister. And if I can be so indulged, we have my special guest of honor, Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. in the audience, the son of assassinated Black Panther leader, Fred Hampton, Chairman Fred Hampton Sr. He came for that BB Toomey conference to get the BB Toomey Award for Black Power. Now, to answer your question directly, and it feels like you just made that question specifically for me, so I appreciate it. I was brought to this panel to speak on an initiative that has been endorsed by the Office of the President, KOD, called Decade of Our Repatriation. Now, some of you are going to be like, what is Decade of Our Repatriation? Well, picture the year of return times 10. And then raise it to the power of 10. That is Decade of Our Repatriation. Now, this is dealing with going from brain drain to brain gain, right? Now, my colleagues, Ambassador Bennett, she spoke about things such as, the history, the soft power, and these types of things. When we look at, some of the challenges that we face, oftentimes those challenges come down to fragmentation. And due to fragmentation, you have those who come here and within 2 years, they go back to the US because all of their money is gone. There are landscape, there are all these things, that go on. But this fragmentation is the problem, but the solution is coordination. And in coordination, this is where Decade of Our Repatriation comes in, because it serves as an umbrella. So day one of the Diaspora Summit, which was yesterday, that marked the official launch of Decade of Our Repatriation, going from 2026 to 2036. Now, President Mahama spoke about reparations. Now, when we look at repatriation, this is now self-reparations. This is not asking anyone. This is that we have the power to do for ourselves. I was also part of that class where alumni of 2016, President Mahama, and he said something that's quite profound. He said, I'm not giving you anything and I deserve no thanks or praise, because I'm restoring what is yours. I'm restoring your birthright. He said that, quote, right? Now, I say this as someone who received, citizenship, and I know what it means when policy becomes real life, and that's what we're dealing with Decade of Our Repatriation. Now, those of you who know me, that anytime I do a presentation, I like to make a call or response. So when I say door, I want you to say is key. Door. Is key. Door. Is key. Door. To resetting Ghana. So how can a door be the key? Because door is decade of our repatriation. When you think about the door of no return, when you think of door of return, when you think of return, it becomes a bit vague. But when you say repatriation, there's an idea of permanence. There's an idea of being accepted and respected when you come back. This isn't about Dirty December. This isn't just coming to party for a week or two. Yeah. This is actually coming here and moving your wife, your children, your family, your savings, right, back to Ghana in order to build Decade of Our Repatriation. With DOOR, we have Kazi, the Kwaku Ando Sustainability Institute, with whom we have an MOU. This is an eco-resort and training facility, a multi-million-dollar facility already operational in the Volta region. Under DOOR, we have Shy Hills, Moringa, and Snail Farm. This is a 46-acre Moringa facility already here. We have the Beyond Investments in Abosomasi, just 2 towns away from me, where I am in Mampong. And this is a multi-million-dollar facility that isn't just a diaspora facility. There are those from Ghana, from Nigeria, from the UK, all over who are part of this facility. And then we also have Akriakrum. When people look at Akriakrum, they say, oh, is this another diaspora city? No, this is a $100 billion city for Ghanaians, not diasporans going off to their own enclave to be in a Black Panther, whatever, what are they doing? These are those who are women in the diaspora who have the funding, most of all, and the architecture in order to do a city that may well be the future capital of Ghana, along the lines of how Abuja was. So what I would like to say for anyone who is interested, and I will wrap it up, that the first 1,000 people who sign up for Decade of Our Repatriation, I want everyone to pull out your phone, and I know you have a phone. I teach at the University of Ghana, and all of my students are always looking at their phones. So everyone, I want you to pull out your phone and go to decadeofourrepatriation.com. And what I'll close on is that the proof is in the room. 27 years ago, my mother brought me to Ghana. Nana Mawia Kamban, if you can stand up. And this was in the first Sankofa journey. That's my mother. We're now in the 27th year of Sankofa journey, so if all the Sankofa sojourners can stand up. We have about 30 of you who are all distributed around the audience. We have the current president of the International Association of Black Psychologists, Dr. Monique Swift, who is part of this delegation. And again, this is the DOOR, the Decade of Our Repatriation. You'll be hearing a lot more about it because this is something that is by us and for us as diasporans, both historic diasporans and recent diasporans. And I'd like to acknowledge my now seated brother, KOD, who was the first endorsement from the Office of the President for a Decade of Our Repatriation. He saw the vision, he saw the mission, and he got on board. Thank you very much, Madam Wasi.
Thank you so much, Obenfo. Essentially, what you have done is you've taken something abstract and showed us exactly what action looks like, because it's only through action that we will see the results, and it's only through the results that we will be able to encourage our brothers and sisters to come. So well done on that. Abena, I come to you. You know, we've got a lot of history here, we've got a lot of heritage, we've got a lot of legacy. You've just heard action, practical examples. Now let's talk about how you believe, or perhaps on behalf of GIZ, diaspora participation can help when it comes to innovation. We're talking about our energy sector. We're talking about agriculture. We're talking about SMEs. How can diaspora participation fuel innovation?
Thank you, Anita, and Your Excellencies and Honorable Nana Chair. Permits me to also stand, as we say, on existing protocols. To address this. I must say, first of all, I'm speaking in the big shoe of my country director, Dr. Derek Axman, who happens to be out of the country. He extends his warmest regards and appreciation also for the invitation to this and the opportunity given. Okay, so on behalf of the German government, that is the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, GIZ has been working actively in the space of diaspora engagement and migration management in Ghana. It has been an intentional effort. So in Ghana, we have 5 programs dedicated to diaspora engagement and migration management at the micro, meso, and macro levels, that is, of migration governance. And we do not do this alone. We do this in close partnership and the fruitful partnerships that we've enjoyed with the government of Ghana. Through the Foreign Ministry, Honorable, thank you. And also through the Diaspora Affairs, I see KOD Director right here. It's appreciated. And so to your question, this year coincidentally marks 50 years of Ghanaian-Germany cooperation. So we have been all year celebrating. So what a way to climax our celebration with this beautiful event, an opportunity to say a word in the space of diaspora. I think for the German cooperation between Germany and Ghana government, we have had conscious, intentional approaches. So Anita, if you would ask me, I would say we need to be very conscious about our engagement approaches. And I think it came out clear also in Honorable Nana Oye's remark that we become very conscious about integrating diaspora into the development agenda of Ghana. And I think there is no other way than making it the 17th region. As I saw this morning, I took a photo of the backdrop and I shared with my colleagues in Africa. That is the programs run in other African countries. And I said, look at what we are doing as Ghana. It's a beautiful example and we always set the pace and we're looking forward to doing more. So to the German cooperation side of things, what have we been doing? We've been modeling initiatives that engages the diaspora intensively, consciously, and in a participatory manner. Recently in November, thanks to the Foreign Ministry, we were able to also give a strategic document, a strategic framework that supports the Ghana mission in Berlin to engage the Ghanaian diaspora in Germany. We believe it's a start. And the beauty about this is because it goes beyond the first generation to the second, third, and fourth generation. And we are happy to even have some of the second generation based on this activity that we had join us for the summit. So I think I would say it's a very intentional effort, intentional approach to engage the diaspora, and the German government is poised for this together with the Ghana government.
Thank you so much, Abena. Now, just before, we just have about 12 more minutes to go before I come to Jermaine. I'm going to set the ground rules for question and answer. There are many of us, we all have something to contribute. I respect it. I'm going to take 1 question per column, which means 4 questions today. With due respect, if I don't pick you, it doesn't mean I don't love you. It just means I really love you and I want you to go for lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go to Jermaine and then I'm going to ask my ushers to please stand in the columns, 1 person per column. We will have more than enough time later on. You can put your hand down now. I'm not selecting you just yet. But Jermaine is going to speak. Jermaine, you have just established the reality when it comes to remittances. Now let's talk about how we believe we can formalize this just a little bit. What are some practical steps we can do as a diaspora, or the diaspora can do to formalize their remittances to Ghana, to contribute to socio-economic progress?
All right, thank you very much for you've done an amazing work, by the way. Very good. Now, I also want to take a moment to give a shout out to my Global Diaspora Council members sitting in the 3rd row. Waivers. A lot of them are also throughout, but I want to also, a lot of them were very insistent on being able to watch online. So if you're watching online, I'm waving at you. They can't see me, but let me come to your question, okay? And actually, before I do that, let me say a word for the Ghanaian worker. Because out there, people talk a lot of things. You know what? When I hear that, I get upset. Because when I came here to establish the Diaspora Network Television, my staff was phenomenal. Out there, people say, well, Ghanaian workers are like this, like that. I've seen none of that. As a matter of fact, 2012, I was fortunate enough to produce a movie. I casted Dumelo and Yvonne Nelson. At the end of the movie, we needed to explode a vehicle. We took it to a young man in Kumasi. His name is Adom. Where he sleeps, here is his bed, and here's his laptop and everything. He told us, give us 2 weeks. We came back and he blew up the vehicle the same way people spend millions to do on soundstage in LA. So please, what you hear about the Ghanaian worker, they are skilled, they are still honest people. So if you're listening to me from out there, don't believe in any of that, okay? That said, how do we formalize what you just said about, look, for years, I've been pushing for the diaspora bond, and it hasn't been established. It wasn't until we ran a survey with the Global Diaspora Council members all over the world. And the question was, what would give you the comfort to contribute to a financial instrument that to develop a cache of funds for developmental projects in Ghana? And here are the responses. Option A, government control of the fund. B, diaspora control of the fund. And C, a strategic combination of both. Do you know what the results came in? For A, 0 response. 0. And for B, which is diaspora control, it was 12%. A strategic combination of both was 87%. So they do not, after you leave Ghana to go live elsewhere and see how government works, it's fair to say that you look back and say, maybe I won't trust my money with the government. And that is why we established the Homeland Fund. It's going to be diaspora-led, but working in partnership with the government to account for the 87% that said they would contribute to such a fund. And you see, think about it. If we're bringing $10 billion in just remittances, and that 10 billion account for just 5% of the earnings of the Ghanaian diaspora out there, just if we develop this fund and we're able to squeeze another 0.5%, you're talking about $1 billion. And so they're out there, they're making the money. They're one of the most popular plastic surgeons in Hollywood is a Ghanaian. Compare them to the diaspora in the past who have done monumental stuff. And so my thing is, if we structure this relationship, we sit down and talk about how we develop the 17th region, I guarantee you, Ghana has not seen anything yet with regards to diaspora contribution. So I really, personally, we at Global, we are elated that this 17th region designation came in. And we stand ready to work with the government to make that great things happen.
Exceptional contribution. 4 questions, 1 from each column. Can I please have my ushers? Ushers, let's move quickly. We only have 8 minutes to go. Please grab the microphone. There's a lady on the 3rd row over here. She gets the first question. Another lady here, you get the second question. The gentleman up there, I can see you, you get the 4th question. And the last column, gentleman in the green, you get the last question. Can you please ensure that you introduce yourselves very quickly, but also to whom the question is being asked? The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. This question is directed towards Dr. Abadele Kamban. I wanted to say I'm excited for the initiatives that President Mahama has endorsed to help Ghanaians who are here and those of us in the diaspora abroad to fully invest and take our time to be part of the country and return. And so the initiative that was mentioned, the decade of our repatriation, I wanted to get more information, and I wanted to know with issues like land scams and housing and jobs, how would DOOR help me as a Ghanaian or a diasporan to bypass a lot of these challenges that we do have here, living here?
Thank you. That
Thank
goes
you.
to you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. One of the first things, some may be aware that REAC, which is dealing with the enforcement of the Land Act of 2020, is now enforcing this in the form of you have to be a licensed and registered broker under REAC or an agent. And I would like to say that myself and my sister are the first historic diasporans to register legally as brokers here in Ghana. So Nataki, if you can also stand up if you're in the audience. Now, the point of this is to deal with these types of things of land scams. This is now a traceable way. It's not just anyone who hops up and says, I'm a surveyor, anyone who hops up and says, oh, I can sell you land. This is a means by which the government is able to track and understand who is dealing with the land, who is dealing with the transaction, where are the taxes going, all of these things. And this really weeds out the fact that every Uber driver hops up and says, oh, I have a plot of land for sale for you. Right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, with not only the endorsement by Office of the President, also Ghana Tourism Development Company has endorsed Decade of Our Repatriation, and that's major. AAAG is a partner. Ghana Caribbean Association is a partner. This means those who come through those associations, they'll already know which ways to go in order to avoid the pitfalls. Okay. There's a proverb in Yoruba, "Enito jinsi kokudu, kora yokulogban." And it translates to someone who falls in a pit teaches everybody standing around wisdom. Everybody shouldn't have to fall into that same pit. And some of us who have gone on the path before can be able to show this. And finally, also, we have a partnership with the UNIA, Universal Negro Improvement Association. I'm wearing the proud colors of the red, the black, and green, which influence the flag of Ghana. And they have appointed me as an ambassador, not just for Ghana, but the entire continent. They just had a delegation of over 30, and anyone who comes through the largest organization, black organization in modern times, over 4 million at its heyday, that all of them are coming through a way that is vetted by the Office of the President, endorsed, and they know who they're dealing with.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Second question, microphone to the second column, the lady in the pink, please. Kindly give the microphone to the lady in the pink. Kindly, let's move very quickly, 6 minutes to go. And to whom your question is being asked, crisp and short and direct. Go ahead. Microphone is off. Could you kindly assist her to put the microphone on, please? Could you kindly give the woman a microphone? Kindly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So my question goes to all of our panelists.
Please just choose one person on the panel.
Okay, so I would throw my question to Nana. Okay, so how do we ensure that media narratives are turned towards shaping the attitudes and behavior of the ordinary Ghanaian? Why am I asking this question? Just today, one of the diasporans approached me during lunchtime. She could not have lunch because in the queue, right in the queue, people were jumping queues and coming to her front and all of that, and she couldn't take her meal. Some of these attitudes and many more could actually ward away the courteousness and the Ghanaian, hospitality and all of that. So could we please
what's your question, my dear?
Yes,
what's
our
the
question is, how do we ensure that media narratives help in shaping the attitudes of Ghanaians?
Ambassador, I would give that to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Two things. One is the media portrays us war, famines, AIDS, and coups. One of the things that I do want to say, at the Diaspora Embassy, we do orientation. We do orientation for particularly the historical diaspora that come here, because they do come with attitudes. We come in to save you, and, they have those attitudes. So that's one of the things that we're doing at the embassy, making sure they understand culture, making sure they understand do's and don'ts. But before I give over the mic, I do want to say one thing. Ghana's worst enemy is coming from the diaspora Ghanaians. They're the ones out there talking bad about Ghana. We did a survey. Come on, give me a round of applause on that one. So I feel the need to bring attention to that, because when you tell your child, I'm gonna send you to Ghana like it's a punishment, that psychologically is saying that there's something wrong with being in Ghana. So we as diasporans, particularly Ghanaian diasporans, be careful about what you say and how you say it.
Be careful how you use Ghana. Third question, please. Gentlemen, kindly your name and to whom the question is being asked.
I'm Dr. Mark Maxwell. I'm president for Black Empowerment Ghana, and my question goes to Chairman Jermaine, the gentleman in white. Yes, I heard him talk about a film and so on, so I know he's part of the film industry, and I've been there before. The film is supposed to educate the populace outside school, and it's very important. It's a very sad story. We've killed that industry, and I'll start with Jesus. I'll make it very short. Jesus is the banner the white men came, brought it to come and slave us, rob us, kill us, stole us. That is the banner they brought to do that. It's their religion. And one of the themes of Ghanaian films is that whenever there is a conflict, and that Jesus is what forgives people for their corruption, stealing, and all their misbehavior, including jumping queues.
Your question,
so
please.
in Ghana film industry, their films, what you see is that whenever the foreign priest meets our local priest, our traditional priest, our religious priest, the foreign priest always wins. You don't see that in Chinese or Indian films, and that's why they are developing. We don't seem to understand how that affects our attitude. Our attitude is that we don't have a Satan. If you sin, if you do bad things, you are the Satan. We didn't have any devil or Satan fighting Ochediampon. And Ochediampon has never been nailed to a cross. So those of you who have been told that God is one and Jesus is Ochediampon, it's a big lie. It is their responsibility to educate the public.
Thank you, sir.
If
What's
we
your
did
question?
that, there will be less corruption in this country. Thank you very much.
No question, just a contribution, that's fine. Jermaine?
Okay, very good, very good. Here is how I'll approach the answer to this question. If there are
Contribution.
Okay. Those of us who fell in love with America to want to go and live there, we were attracted by American movies. Okay? I mean, you sit there, you watch the movies, and you're like, wow, I want to live there. And then you go there, and I remember one of my friends came to Houston. We toured Houston, and then I took him to some parts. He said, Uncle Jermaine, are you sure this is America? I said, oh, yeah, this is also America. America is not going to show you those parts in the movies. Okay? I'll take you to some place in Houston. Look, you will I don't want to mention any suburbs here, okay? But that's the point. They use their movie to sell their country. So if you're producing a movie in Ghana, you have two things. One, you want to make money. You want to get your money back. But at the same time, you also want to market the country. So when we get cameras, what do? We're making movies about voodoos, and almost every movie is about love. It's almost as if the only thing we do here is marry chiefs, and there are good things happening in Ghana. Good things happening. People are fighting counter cybercrime. People have businesses fighting cybercrime. People have businesses doing things for. Look, we had Ghanaian high schoolers who went to an international robotics competition and won. Why are we not making movies about this aspect of Ghana, but we make movies only about the usual stuff? And so to your comment, we need to use entertainment, everything we do, to market Ghana out there in the world. Thank
Use
you.
soft power to change the narrative. Last question, sir. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Isaac Eduhini Opoku. Originally, I'm a Ghanaian by birth, I live in Houston, Texas. My first question is an appeal to our Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. You see, Houston is one of the biggest cities. I think that's the third largest cities in the United States. And our consulate has suffered so much. Now we don't even have visa over there. And it's one of the oil capital in the United States. And our appeal to you that basically we get our consulate back, that we can issue visa in the what we call the southern border of the United States. My other question also goes to the panel, and then always we waste about 80 to, about 60 to 80% of the food waste in the market, and nothing has been done about it. So whatever we are doing, basically, we need to find a solution to that problem. If we cannot solve it and we are producing more, the thing is like, holding a snake in the middle.
Sir,
Basically,
what's the question, please?
my question is, how can we find a solution to the waste produce that is out there?
Okay.
Because a lot of produce are out there and they can't even get it to the market.
I'll
preserve
reformulate
it.
your question for you. GIZ, how do we get more diasporans investing in perhaps sustainability?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Anita. I'll take it directly. I think one of the initiatives or programs that we have with GIZ is what we call the Diaspora Experts, where I think it feeds into the brain gain that was mentioned early on, because we believe that when you are in the diaspora Germany and you have any link of a sort to Ghana, you should be able to give back voluntarily to Ghana. And it is a call that comes from the diasporans themselves. Then what GIZ does through the programs and initiatives is to support the coming. So it's to buy the ticket, is to give advisory, is to do a knowledge exchange or knowledge sharing for the diasporan experts coming. I think one of the comments that was made, we should not lose sight of the fact that always when the diasporans are in, it is exchange of knowledge. We had one doctor who came to one hospital who said, Abna, I've been using sophisticated equipment to do surgeries in Germany. I came and I went to Ada and I realized that even with the non-sophisticated equipment, surgeries were still successful. So we should not lose sight of the fact that the innovativeness, the creativity also is here. So the diasporans come, bring what they know over there, and we also learn. They also learn and take back. So this is what we foster, knowledge exchange, and we should encourage such. So I think that is the diaspora experts. We also encourage organizations and associations in Germany to with projects like this. So every year we call for projects from diaspora communities or diaspora associations, and this could be one nice project idea about the waste, because we have people who have come down to tackle this. They are from the diaspora, they are partnered with experts in Ghana, partner organizations, and they fight such good causes. And so also through the German corporation, we will be able to have some of these specifics,
Thank you so much, Abena. And it is my ambition that when we leave here, we are not just having a conversation. So immediately, with all due respect, esteemed panelists, please allow the panelists to also, or actually the audience, to interact with you over lunch. You've mentioned some of your wonderful projects. Let's put word to action. So I want to humbly say that during lunch, please approach them. Let them eat first, though. Approach them and get involved in their numerous projects. 1 minute each now to wrap up kindly, and then we'll hand over back to our venerable chairperson to wrap up for us. Jermaine, I start off with you. Diaspora Summit 2026, what are you going to be coming back with in terms of actions that have been completed? Hot seat.
One thing that I leave here with is the fact that I see, as a diaspora advocate for since the turn of the century, I see a real genuine effort to engage the Ghanaian diaspora.
Right.
I don't see lip service, I see genuineness, okay? And for me, there are great Ghanaians doing great at home, and there are great Ghanaians doing great things over there. I see this reset as a convergence that has nothing but good things that can happen.
Thanks.
Because in the past, when you have somebody like Dr. John DeGraff Johnson, who pioneered robotic surgery, friend of mine, who will have all his expenses paid to Saudi Arabia, treated like a king so he can train people, but is having a hard time having his phone call picked at home. It can be a downer sometime,
Right.
but I think the future is bright for diaspora relations.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Jermaine Nkrumah, I bring it to you, Abinabio. Diaspora Summit 2026, what should we see at that time?
Yes, I think for the German corporation side, I see that we are going to continue our engagement because we value the diaspora for the past 5 decades, and it's not going to stop. So it's one that is going to be more engaging, one that is going to engage intergenerational, and one that is going to engage as a continent, as the African diaspora.
Thank you very much. Open for Cambon.
So next year, there are going to be several things. And again, I want everyone to go to the short URL is door.events and sign up for the free Zoom informational session. If anything you heard about millions of diasporans moving here with billions of dollars, if that interests you, then you should come here for that. If it interests you to come to a place where you don't have to worry about a knee on your neck, where you don't have to worry about getting shot in the back, if you don't want to worry about being Sandra Blanded and Breonna Taylor, then you should be a part of DOOR, Decade of Our Repatriation. And it was spoken about the film festival. We did a film festival in terms of soft power. We had Ajete Anan, we had Amake Bebrese, all of them just to the point of the media narratives that are out there. You are what is going to be different because you are going to change that narrative by being part of this decade of our repatriation. Remember that the door is key. Door
is key.
Door
is key.
Door!
Thank you so much. And Ambassador Bennett, your voice is key. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I want to say to your mother, she's done well.
Thank you, Mommy.
One of the things that I want to say in my closing is that the Diaspora Africa Forum is your embassy. It's the Diaspora Embassy. It's the embassy for the diaspora. So we want to invite you to take full advantage of what we have and what we're doing. We deal with all 55 countries. We're based here in Ghana. We were set up here in Ghana, and we love Ghana because all of us now are Ghanaians, but we deal with all 54 African countries. So if you have something that you want to do in any of the countries, we can help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our honorable and venerable Mr. Chairperson, we would like to humbly ask that you officially close this rather engaging panel. Sir, over to you.
Yes, to close it. Well, I would like to express my very deep appreciation for all the comments made, the interventions made. Excuse me. There's one thing that I would like to emphasize, and that just as we are pressing the diaspora to engage, to come back and invest, we have to actually educate our own people. I have 4 children in the diaspora, and I hear what they say. And I've heard so many comments about how they are treated. I think we haven't carried the message to our people enough. It shouldn't just be a government campaign. It should go down to the people so that when they go to the market, they are not seen as strangers to be fleeced or something like that. That's all I'll add to it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chairperson has spoken. Officially, this ends our panel. Thank you so much for all your contributions. I encourage each and every one of you to engage with our esteemed panelists. Lunch is now served in 2 tents. The ushers will guide you. We are back at 3 p.m. Kindly be seated by 2:45 because we will have in our midst Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Please be seated by 2:45 for a 3 p.m. start for our next session. Please note that it'll be coming to our closing ceremony. Her Excellency, the Vice President, will be joining us. Enjoy your lunch and please do network and engage. Thank you. May I kindly have the photographer to kindly take a picture of our panelists. Photographer, any of the photographers, official photographers, please grab a photo of our esteemed panelists. Thank you.
Musical by Lateef Abubakar, December 29th, Magical. A global spectacle is coming.
Africa, I have returned.
Witness the rebirth of a legend. The Second Coming of Nkrumah, the Musical by Lateef Abubakar, December 29th, 2025, AICC. For tickets, visit theafricanfestival.com or dial *447 *1092 #. The Second Coming of Nkrumah, the future of African theater begins.
3 days of unstoppable fun, one festival, the African Festival at the Accra International Conference Center. Experience 2 epic stage plays by Lateef Abubakar. 28 December, it's Don Coyote Africa, one of the world's greatest stories now reborn in Africa. 29 December, it's a global spectacle, the Second Coming of Nkrumah, the Musical. 30th December, the African Festival concert featuring the legendary Yvonne Chaka Chaka, Rocky Dawuni, Wayala, Bester Simons, Amantiba Nat Brew and the Adaha Band. Experience more magic as you step into the den of history. Embrace adventure with Koma Rise in the desert. Marvel at the iconic Pyramid of Giza, Nelson Mandela Capture Site, a world of fun for the kids and more. Dial *447 *1092 # or visit theafricanfestival.com to join Africa's biggest culture night at 300 cities per day or 750 cities for 3 days. Ticket hotline 0571 900 900. The African Festival, Africa awaits you.
Magical. A global spectacle is coming.
Africa, I have returned.
Witness the rebirth of a legend. The Second Coming of Nkrumah, the Musical by Lateef Abubakar, December 29th, 2025, AICC. For tickets, visit theafricanfestival.com or dial *447 *1092 #. The Second Coming of Nkrumah, the future of African theater begins.
3 days of unstoppable fun, one festival, the African Festival at the Accra International Conference Center. Experience 2 epic stage plays by Lateef Abubakar. 28 December, it's Don Coyote Africa, one of the world's greatest stories now reborn in Africa. 29 December, it's a global spectacle, the Second Coming of Nkrumah, the Musical. 30th December, the African Festival concert featuring the legendary Yvonne Chaka Chaka, Rocky Dawuni, Wayala, Bester Simons, Amantiba Nat Brew and the Adaha Band. Experience more magic as you step into the den of history. Embrace adventure with Koma Rise in the desert. Marvel at the iconic Pyramid of Giza, Nelson Mandela Capture Site, a world of fun for the kids and more. Dial *447 *1092 # or visit theafricanfestival.com to join Africa's biggest culture night at 300 cities per day or 750 cities for 3 days. Ticket hotline 0571 900 900. The African Festival, Africa awaits you.
Magical. A global spectacle is coming.
Africa, I have returned.
Witness the rebirth of a legend. The Second Coming of Nkrumah, the Musical by Lateef Abubakar, December 29th, 2025, AICC. For tickets, visit theafricanfestival.com or dial *447 *1092 #. The Second Coming of Nkrumah, the future of African theater begins.
3 days of
Ma vie amoureuse était en feu, je me suis fait brûler. Tu es venu me sauver, pardon pour pas me blesser. Mon âge est en train d'avancer, je veux plus m'amuser. De toute façon je t'aime, tu m'aimes là, seul l'amour n'a qu'à nous séparer. Mais là, sois ma dernière relation, ma dernière relation. Sois ma dernière relation, ma dernière relation. Amour, sois ma dernière relation, ma dernière relation. Pas seulement, faut pas me quitter. Relation, amour, relation, ma dernière relation. J'ai dit aux gens que toi tu es bien pardon. Nalingi faut me donner raison. Les gentils c'est beaucoup conforme. Regarde dans le placard, on a trop d'uniformes. Et matin je veux pas porter ça seul, je veux pas aussi les jeter. De toute façon je t'aime, tu m'aimes là. Seul à mon qu'à nous séparer. Mais sois ma dernière relation. Relation, ma dernière relation. Sois ma dernière relation. Relation, ma dernière relation. Amour, sois ma dernière relation. Relation, ma dernière relation. Toi seulement, faut pas me quitter. Relation, amour. Relation, ma dernière relation. Tu es venu me sauver, pardon, faut pas me blesser. Mon âge est en train d'avancer, je veux plus m'amuser. De toute façon, je t'aime, tu m'aimes là. Seul à mon qu'à nous séparer. Mais sois ma dernière relation. Relation, ma dernière relation. Sois ma dernière relation. Relation, ma dernière relation. Amour, sois ma dernière relation. Relation, ma dernière relation. Toi seulement, faut pas me quitter. Relation, amour. Relation, ma dernière relation.
I learned that ChatGPT works best with detailed prompts, but I hate typing them. So instead, I dictate them using WhisperFlow while walking. When I'm walking, my brain just works differently. Ideas start pouring out. But ChatGPT's native voice dictation can't handle my stream of consciousness rambling. WhisperFlow cleans it up instantly. Here's what I'd type if I were at my desk. Here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT. And here's what it looks like when I dictate to ChatGPT using WhisperFlow. Rich, polished, perfectly structured prompts that unlock ChatGPT's true potential. The outputs that I get from these WhisperFlow walking sessions, night and day difference. It's like I went from chicken scratch notes to a client-ready draft. The best part, I'm getting a ton of work done while also getting my 10,000 steps. Try it and I bet your best work will happen on your next walk. Get WhisperFlow free.
every carton or bucket of Lavox or honey tomato mix you buy, we donate 1 Ghana cedi for the Happy Sunshine Education Project.
Passe par bien, de l'eau de parfum.
Hey, how's that New Year's resolution going? What are you talking about? You know, that YouTube channel you say you're gonna start? Well, yeah, I'd like to, but editing's really hard and coming up with a thumbnail stresses me out and thinking of content ideas. I don't do any of that. I use TubeBuddy. What? TubeBuddy. It does everything for you. SEO optimization, helps you with your thumbnail, video topic planner. Well, I have ideas. Yeah, but TubeBuddy gives you niche insights, which means that they know which topics actually get views. And get this, TubeBuddy's related video manager allows me to link my videos across all of my shorts instantly. But instantly! TubeBuddy has everything. It helps creators like you start your YouTube channel and stay consistent so you can actually follow through on your New Year's resolution. Wow, this is so awesome. I had no idea TubeBuddy existed. I'm gonna go try it today.
particularly through and creative industries. Indeed, her leadership has helped position diaspora participation not as a symbolic engagement, but as a strategic force for national development. It gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to bring to the stage the moderator for this session, a universally acclaimed individual, and somebody I like to call a sister, younger, but I call her my big little sister. Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome the president of Grow, Unite, Build Africa, Lady Denta Amwating OBE. And Denta, if you may allow me, I will introduce your panelists on your behalf. I feel like Denta needs a louder round of applause. I mean, if you didn't hear about it, she organized that chartered flight from Accra to was it Georgetown, Barbados? Bridgetown, no, Georgetown is Grenada. Bridgetown, Barbados. Thank you so much, Denta, for doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, the panelists on this session are Senior Planning Analyst of NDPC, Mr. Michael Kisi Boateng. Mr. Boateng, where are you? Please join us. We are also joined by another big sister of mine, a member of British Parliament, Labour Party for Clapham and Brixton Hall, Honorable Belle Ribeiro Addy. Please also warmly welcome the Vice President of African American Association of Ghana, Mr. Morris Chitham. Dr. Joseph Oliver Kome is the Director, Infectious Disease Center for Ghana Health Service. Please warmly welcome him. And last, definitely not the least on our panel, please warmly welcome Mr. Eric Kwame Akomenyi, Senior National Officer, International Organization for Migration, IOM. Denta, I think you are ready to go. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Yes? Okay, fantastic. We are running behind, so we are going to be quick. But on this section of the panel, we're going to do a lot more question and answers. So anybody that has questions, I'm sure you've seen some of the profiles that are on. Get your questions ready. Okay. This is the best panel, by the way. Yes. I have great people on. This panel brings voices who are not only thinking about the future, but actually building it. And so thank you so much for being on the panel.
Thank you.
So when you hear the title, The Role of the Diaspora in the National Development Agenda, what does that mean to you, Belle?
Thank you. I think for me, that means the diaspora partnering with brothers and sisters back home and moving things forward. You know, what has happened to us over years in terms of being separated, in terms of enslavement and colonialism has done a lot of pulling us apart, but not just that, also the deliberate underdevelopment of our nations. And I think the diaspora certainly have a role to play in helping to fix this. And I say helping to fix because I heard on one of the other panels someone speaking quite clearly about the idea that some people think they're coming back to save people. That's absolutely not the case. No one on this continent needs saving. Partnership is nice, but nobody needs saving. So that's what it means to me. It means partnering to help right a wrong and putting Africa, the continent, back in the place that it should have been had such injustices not occurred.
Fantastic. And when we talk about trade, because that's your field, now in the US, there's a lot going on in the US, a lot of trade tariffs. A lot of us are looking at the Caribbean, how we can work together with the Caribbean. You in the UK, how do you see trade amongst the diaspora, and what advantage can they do in Ghana?
Well, I think at the moment, we're seeing a situation where countries like my own, the UK, are very, very keen to trade with the continent, but they are finding that they are having to change tack. We've even got now in the UK a new approach to Africa, one that they've said is no longer going to be paternalistic, because I think they're realizing that the world is changing. And this whole concept of extraction that we had before, we would just take, or actually just pay very low prices, is not going to work. So again, they're having to look attractive because the reality is Africa supplies the entire world, and they are going to have to come with favorable terms to ensure that they keep getting the things that they need. And now it's very, very different. The power dynamics are extremely different. So things are going to change very quickly.
Fantastic. Morris. Yes. I mean, you guys are 35 years old, and so you know the impact of the diaspora. You've seen the diaspora come, I'm sure you've seen the diaspora go. How do we engage better with the diaspora when it comes to national development?
Well, I think that when we talk about the diaspora, that's a very broad term, and I don't think that we've really defined that. The African American diaspora is coming back home. So we're coming back home, and that's a mission to us because that's what's inside of our hearts. So we're coming to build our home. We're already doing it. AAAG members live here, and others are coming home. They're buying homes. They're building homes. We're sponsoring schools. We're sponsoring students. So I think it is to go to contribute to the growth of Ghana directly, and those things are already being done. So,
you know, a lot of the times we see a lot of people are trying to migrate. I was reading up there, the US Embassy made about $113 million visa fees alone. The UK, according to chat, is about 20 million. So we're seeing a lot of people go in. When they go, they seem to adapt. But when the diasporans are coming here, it's a bit difficult for them to adapt. What do you think are some of the reasons? Because for us to build that national development, we need to be able to fit in.
I think that's a great question when we talk about adapt. I'm one of several organizations who have been working for, a member of one of several organizations who have been working for years. But I think you need to come to Ghana humbly and do your research. I think you need to visit multiple times. I don't mean to offend anyone here, but I don't necessarily think that Instagram and YouTube does Ghana justice, because you have to adapt. And then there's another level of Ghana we kick it with, but I'm a Ghanaian American as well, so I'm half Ghanaian. And now you're starting to talk about the Monprobies and getting to the neighborhoods and adjusting. And African Americans want to connect with the people. We want to connect with the people. We've already done that. I'm looking at Brother Rabbi Cohen. How are you? And Ambassador Erica Bennett. Those who have led us into the community. So anywhere we go, which I challenge the government of Ghana to do, quantify our impact. There are so many individuals. Patricia Wilkins, who runs in Choco. She runs a 3-story STEM school that's sponsored by Google. She's been doing this for over 15 years. I can think about a young sister named Patrice Robinson with Electric Love, who has a mentorship program for girls in the Volta. Me, myself, I have a STEM program in Monproby that I sponsor for myself at a basic school. So these impacts are done, and I think we need to push individuals more into the community. And I think sometimes the marketing is skewed. You come with your money for 1 to 2 years, and like I think someone else said it, you're back home. Ghana is expensive. So I think you better connect with the local community and learn how to adjust. So I'm sorry.
Absolutely, I like that. Yes, a round of applause. Dr. Joseph, I know a lot of diasporans that have come, build hospitals, etc. But 97% of our medicines are imported. Only 3% is made here in Ghana. How do we, as diasporans, come in to help with that national development when it comes to that?
Thank you very much. So we're looking at first the raw materials. Then you also have to look at the skill set. You just cannot come in, no skill set, no raw materials, then you say you're producing medicines. It doesn't work that way. When it comes to science, we need to invest. So I would say that rather than think you're coming into something that has already been done, like he said, you come, you study, then you have a plan, a long-term sustainable plan. Else, what you're going to do is ad hoc measures. You come in, set up a factory, in 2 years, factory is down. So I think that first you need to study, you need to invest, have a long-term plan, and then you come in and be prepared to go the long haul. That is the way we can go.
But do the government also have plans for the diaspora? You know, sometimes we call for the diaspora, but are we ready to receive the diaspora?
For somebody like me in the health sector, I can speak about the health sector. It's a two-way thing. We are calling for help. But times when the help that comes in makes you feel that you are inferior, and that is superior help. And I can tell you, as a practitioner here, I see myself equal to the one practicing in the West. My colleagues have moved to the West. So when they come home and then they want you to feel as if you're practicing, sorry to say, in a lower setting, I've come in with more superior skills. Hey, you're not getting me. So I believe that yes, we are ready. But when we are returning, we need to sit down and have a discussion. One of the key things I know, people complain a lot. When we come in, we want to help. Registration takes a long time. You can't do this, you can't do that. Sometimes I smile and I say, when I have to go over to do some work out there, I have to register, I have to do this. I take my time and endure it. I must say that sometimes we want us to cut the corners. When we have finished doing cutting the corners, we are told there's no order here in Ghana. So I believe that it's a question of maybe government putting in measures that we can have a diaspora-friendly integration. So credentialing, instead of somebody just walking and that will take 5 years, takes you maybe 2 years, the pathway for diaspora credentialing. So I think we are ready. We need to sit and we need to work together.
Okay, so we need to work together. Thank you for that. Mr. Michael, what policy gaps currently discourage diaspora participation, and how does institutions like NDPC work more closely with the diaspora platforms?
Great, thank you very much. Now, the diaspora as the 17th region, I think we must look at it as a functional constituency that we work with. So we are not looking at geography or where anybody is located. It's a functional constituency, so we open it up and it doesn't matter the country you're in, and you can easily connect with our development planning system. So you asked about gap. I would say that I'll put it this way, that there are things we are doing that can be strengthened. Now, for us to have the diaspora as a functional constituency in our development planning system, we need to know the expertise we have out there amongst the diaspora and the investment interest and the kinds of networks that the diasporans come with. And this means we need to have a very solid database of the diaspora. Now, I must say that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs registered the diasporans in some embassies. At the Planning Commission, it was one of the indicators that we take from the Foreign Affairs Ministry to report in their annual progress report each year. So I am aware that they used to collect that data. In recent times, probably something we can revisit so that we strengthen that. That is a policy gap that all of us can work on. Then we know that, okay, we are talking about, let's say, green economy. Green economy, who are diasporans who have expertise in it? Who are diasporans who are in the space? What networks and what influence do they have globally or locally? And how many of them are even in the country currently that we can connect with? So I would say that the gap is a solid database that we can use to coordinate diasporan activities in our planning system. I know something exists, but we need to build upon it. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Just going back to what you said, we know that the likes of China was built by their diaspora. There was a strategic call for them to come back, and that's how China was built. The same with Singapore. And so, I don't know, I feel like we've been calling the diaspora for a while now. The data that you're speaking about, how are you going to start collecting that data? What are you going to do?
Okay, so we need a very strong collaboration between the Diaspora Office at the Presidency, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the National Development Planning Commission. And this will just be a portal that we can create. I know the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has some database of some diasporas, but we need to scale it up. And then the Planning Commission can always connect to that database, that anything we do in the country, you asked about pharmaceuticals. If it's about pharmaceuticals, even to the point of the marketing of our pharmaceuticals, we know that, we have diasporans in this sector, in this country, who work with these companies, who work with these kinds of people, and we can connect with, and that will help us. So what we need to do is to have a very strong collaboration between the National Development Planning Commission of Ghana, the Diaspora Office at the Presidency, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And this will take us a long way, because I know the diasporans are ready. So if we create that database, I'm sure at least some will connect to the system. And then when others see that, this is good, there's something good here going on, other diasporans who may not even feel like joining will join, and we will all be champions for it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Balto, what successful models have you seen globally where diaspora engagement has directly strengthened health systems, innovations, and ecosystems?
Okay, thank you very much. I would, first of all, before I answer, touch on the question on data on the diaspora. I think it's quite critical for development planning purposes. And I would want to throw into that mix of institutions he mentioned, the National Identification Authority. Because what I know is that there is a pilot program in the UK to roll out the Ghana card. And I think that will be one of the ways we can know our diaspora. Because engaging the diaspora needs a very strategic engagement approach, because they are not a homogeneous group. And therefore, if you would want to engage them, you would need to have a certain profile of the Ghanaian diaspora, so that when you are reaching out, you are quite very certain, this is what I can get from this group. So we also manage the expectation in terms of what we can really get. Coming back to the question, at the IOM, we've had quite a series of engagement. And by the way, IOM is the UN Migration Agency, and we opened in Ghana in 1989. And our first project was on diaspora engagements. And it was basically to support the return of qualified Ghanaian health professionals. And throughout the process, we facilitated the transfer of Ghanaian health experts to critical health areas. And I could give you an example of a Ghanaian diaspora expert who helped set up the IT infrastructure at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. And that was made possible because of a certain enabling environment that could allow that to flourish. But over time in our engagement, we see the policy direction has changed. We have enough qualified doctors, but we still need more. But then there's a drive for entrepreneurship, job creation for the youth. And what we've been doing as IOM is what we call connecting the diaspora for entrepreneurship, where we have a scheme that allows for the diaspora who want to do business to come and have a taste of the environment before they come. So responding to the question, giving them a soft landing, because the environments are not the same. And we need to make sure we have a certain shepherding process that allows the Ghanaian diaspora a certain soft landing, so that all the shocks and what have you can be managed, and then also manage their expectations as well. So we have that program running. And what we are also trying to tie in with that is the Diaspora for Climate Action and Food Security. And we know this has also come up as one of the critical areas in terms of the orange economy, the circular economy, and what have you. And we are working with diaspora organizations to see what the expertise are in terms of helping fix some of the climate issues Ghana is experiencing now or likely to experience. And so for IOM, this is what we have been basically doing in terms of working with the partners within the government to make sure we provide safe access for the diaspora to continue to contribute to our national development. Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to open the floor for questions. If you have any question, please put your hand up. Okay. I see Mummy. I see, where's the, okay. Do we have the mics? Please stand up if you have a question. Apart from my mother, they'll bring the mic to you.
Thank you. So, my name is Natalia. I want to ask a question with regards to the information systems we have. As much as Ghanaians, we like to rattle about or we talk a lot, do we make our information available online? I'm not sure if we have enough information online. So I want to ask how often, maybe I will direct it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, how often do we update our systems to make available information? And also not to them alone, but generally, I think we should make information available to the diasporans. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we have anybody from Ministry of Foreign Affairs here, but I'm sure they're taking notes. Are you gonna, okay.
Yeah, so in my work, I do a lot of collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and since I'm here, let me just say, yes. So each year, there's what we call the Annual Progress Report for Ghana, and we take data from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as other ministry departments and agencies, and we write that report. And that report is always put online. If you go to the National Development Planning Commission's website right now, you see that report there. And you see quite a chunk of things that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did for last year. So we normally report for, it's an annual progress report. So obviously this year has to end before so the one for last year is online, you can have it. Again, on the website for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they have a lot of information there actually. And sometimes if I have need for some information, I go there first. In fact, I go there first to fetch it. If I don't get it, then I get in touch with the relevant office or bureau, and they give me the information. So do we have information? If you have a lot of information online, except that if you need some specific information you don't get, you can always write to the ministry to furnish you with that kind of information. Right, thank you.
Okay, next question.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Nanajman Prempe, founder and executive director of Skills Bridge Ghana Foundation. My question has to do with in what ways can the diaspora community support the youth back home, especially those who have started initiative, maybe NGO or startup? How are they supporting them, moving beyond family remittances to homegrown investment that is going to sustain the environment in the long run? That is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I think they should invest in them. As I said, we need to move beyond this idea and this relationship, or that sounds like those from the diaspora are doing something for people here. It has to be collaborative. So as you would with any business, you invest in them because they deserve your investment and they're as good as anybody else.
Okay.
I'm very key on youth investment. I even think before investment that we should provide foundation for young Ghanaians to gain skills. I actually have my camera crew right here, Motherland Media. These young men had skills way before I met them, and they are awesome. But I'm just a small part of talking about the African American diaspora that provides employment for many in the foundation. I think first you prove your skills before asking for investment, and then we can start there for a foundation. And I think all the diaspora is doing that. But I want to ask my own question because this is getting a little bit off. Who is the diaspora? Who is the diaspora? This is broad. It's too broad. Are the African American diaspora looked at on the same level, no disrespect, as the Chinese diaspora and the Lebanese diaspora? Because are they considered diasporans too?
Can I talk now?
I didn't necessarily think they were. When I think of diaspora, and I may be wrong, we can add to conversation, I think of African Americans as diaspora, and I think of people like myself as diaspora, Ghanaian, born in the UK, but with Ghanaian heritage, and then also Ghanaians born in Ghana who eventually at some stage in their life travel and live there. So those are the three groups that I think of as diaspora, and anybody from any other culture I think of as migrants. Migrants.
I think the AU has clarified.
Yeah, not expatriates. There's something that the British in particular like to do when they go to certain places. Whereas they call people within their country that are not from there immigrants, they will call themselves expatriates. Immigrants are immigrants. There's no special terminology.
Yeah, I think just to also add to the question on youth investment and whatever, I think a critical component in terms of who the diaspora is the second and third generation diaspora. And these are diaspora who by virtue of parenting or a certain connection to Ghana would want to identify as diaspora. But then it's always difficult for them coming in and being well received. And so we need to be very intentional in tapping into that diaspora population. Some of them, their parents might have migrated early 1950s, the first wave of migration that took place. And then there are kids now of age, but are struggling to identify themselves wherever they may be, but they want to connect to Ghana, and it's also difficult establishing that connection. And it will be very important we have a certain intentionality to really engage that group so we don't lose them. And they have a lot of innovation, they have a lot of energy, a lot of drive, and we need to understand them so we can really support. One of the initiatives we were looking at is the diaspora mentoring the diaspora. So looking at what success stories we have of the diaspora, so that could be a guide for the youth seeking to come in. And then they will know that it's not going to be a stroll in the park. It's not going to be a jolly ride. But then I can share my lessons with you so you don't go through the pitfalls that I have. So I think the call should be out there, the challenge should be picked up, that we really need to be intentional with the diaspora, but most importantly, with the second and third generation diaspora.
Morris, you want to add?
Yeah, I want to go back to, so are we valued from the UK diaspora, the African American diaspora, and the Ghanaian diaspora, which all have separate needs? Are we valued on the same level? Are the Chinese considered a diaspora? And are the Lebanese considered a diaspora? We need to understand the level of resources that we're bringing back. And I like a lot of policy and framework, and I'm building on the point that Rabbi Cohen, Ambassador Bennett's bento building upon is, but we're just asking, how are we engaged? Because our diaspora, the African American diaspora, is much different. You have retirees. You have individuals who come here for business. You have African Americans who have married Ghanaian men and women, okay? You have those who work remotely. You have those who work for NGOs, those who work for corporations. You have those who are coming home. All of those people need individual services. They need to be adapted to, they need to be interacted to. And 524 citizenships were gave, and I celebrate Ghana. But after that, what happened? We need sustainability. We need sustainability, brother. And I heard you talking a lot about the Ghanaian diaspora. I'm Ghanaian American. I did get my citizenship. My father's from Jamestown. But the Ghanaian diaspora is not the African American diaspora. We're all brothers, but it's just a little bit different.
So how we engage with the different types of diaspora is important as well. Okay, I think Ambassador Bennett has a question.
Hey.
So the AU has...
Yeah, I have
Ambassador Bennett, go ahead.
Greetings. Thank you so much, Lady Denta. That question that you asked, the diaspora, I had one of my aides to look up the word diaspora. Diaspora refers to a group of people who originate from the same country, region, or ethnic background, but are living outside of their ancestral homeland, either by choice or due to circumstances such as migration, trade, conflict, education, or work. So that's the definition of diaspora. So when we're referring to diaspora, we should say African diaspora so that we know that's what we're talking about. But I just kind of wanted to say that. But my question is, Lady Denta, my question is for you. First of all, I want to ask the one who can talk for the foreign affairs. There used to be a diaspora desk, and you had a person in foreign affairs that was dealing with the African diaspora. Does that still exist, number one? Number two, my comment in question, I'm getting ready to put Lady Denta on spot. She's now our ambassador, and so I'm putting you on the spot. One of the things that I'd like to do, you see, I want you to consider doing training for that diaspora desk. And the diaspora embassy will work with you on doing that training, because that's the key. The key is to strengthen what we have outside. Now, question, does that desk still exist? Lady Denta, one of the things, you know who I am in terms of, I like tangible things coming out of this. And if coming out of this conference, we can say the diaspora desk is being trained by GUBA and the diaspora embassy. So that's one of the things I want to put on the table. Thank you.
I think, so the ministry, they do have a diaspora desk. They definitely do.
It's bigger than a desk, yeah. So they have, I think the director, I've seen him around. So there's the Diaspora Affairs Bureau at the ministry. So it's even beyond the desk.
And I agree with you with the training. I think sometimes, I mean, we set up GUBA Diaspora Network to help the diaspora transition and do business in Ghana. But what I find with the diaspora is that when they come, they don't want to pay for certain things. They feel like, even when it's buying land, we rather go and buy it not the right way. And then when you correct them, they come back, they're like, oh, I wish I had listened. You know, but when we are out in the UK, you're out in the US, whatever price that they give you, you pay for that. But when you're back home, it's like you don't want to pay for some of the services that people are giving you. And then when it goes wrong, you come back. And so it's really important that we do the right thing, have the right mindset. I think it's a mindset for both of us, for the people in Ghana receiving and the people that are also coming back. Next question.
Yeah, I've introduced myself already. The question I have is, what I want to say is, the drugs, we make drugs in Ghana, and many of these drug peddlers, so to speak, are in different places. They have their own drug stores. They are in the cars, buses, everywhere trying to sell. What is happening is, once again, a game of semantics. If they are Ghanaians, we call them herbal medicine. And if it's imported, we call it drug. That is why you have that strange statistics of 97% of drugs being imported. It is not only the issue of drugs that this differential statistics worries us. We have a lot of engineers in Kokompe, Abusokai, Magazine, etc. They fix cars, they make engines, everything, but they are not called engineers. And unless you go through our technical school system, who themselves, when their car spoils, they take it to those on the roadside who actually do a better job. I have personally, and with my organization, been trying to talk to GES to change that, because unless we change that, we continue to belittle ourselves and make it look like black people or perhaps Ghanaians are not performing, or we don't have enough skills. That is one thing. The last one is that the diaspora coming to help. Originally, this diaspora movement started with the idea that some of our people who were enslaved, who were deprived of denied justice and maltreated, etc., and that we have to embrace them back home. What is turning out to be now is that whenever they come here, they tend to be richer than those who are actually back home here, working here. And so it's become like now everybody wants help from you. Our leaders here, we have the land, gold, everything. So if they can connect roads to the farms, the rural areas, Ghanaians here can farm, so that when they come, they are just coming to partner us. It's not like we want something from them all the time. And by the way, the issue of land keeps coming. So I'd like to say that when I leave, after the conference, if you want land, even if you don't have money, you want to partner or you want to buy, that one too, you can see me.
Thank you.
I'll leave
Thank
it
you
at
so
that.
much. Okay, I've only have 5 minutes. The lady that stood up
Hello?
there. Okay,
Hello. Yeah, first question I want to ask is...
let's keep it short and sweet so that we can get
Sure,
a
I
lot more
will.
people to say
Thank
something,
you.
please.
There was an issue raised in relation to 7th region and 6th region. How are we going to address that? And I think that we should take note of the fact that there's a conflicting about 7th region and 6th region. It's the first thing we have to look at and address it as a serious people. The country or the state must recognize that mistake and address it quickly. Number one, the issue about diasporans and who is a diasporans. I believe that Indians, Lebanese, Chinese are foreigners. It is black people abroad, they are diasporans. That has to be established. Then again, why do you put your money somewhere and your eyes does not follow where your money is going? And when your hands are bent, you blame everybody else as a Ghanaian. So the shortcut, when you are greedy or you love shortcut, you bend your fingers. So I beg you, if you are buying land, you must do a search and be sure that the one selling the land for you own it. What they do to you as a diaspora, they also do it to us as Ghanaians. If you drop your guard. So please, everybody should have his guards on. When you are putting money somewhere, your eyes should follow where the money is going. Be involved in the management of it. So the issue about youth, if a youth have a business and they want money into it, partner with the youth properly. So you don't blame anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I'm going to go to the last one, which is Honorable His Excellency. I know there's a lot of questions.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to say a few words. Just for those who haven't heard me from yesterday, I want to introduce myself again because of the issues that are being raised as former Ghana's ambassador to the United States during the Clinton administration 30 years ago, and now the President's special envoy for reparations here in Ghana. 3 points to address some of the issues that have been raised. One, for those in the diaspora, whether new diaspora, old diaspora, whatever generation that you belong to, who want to come back and do business, unless you have yourself $100,000, $500,000, that is really your own money that you can put into any business, I recommend that you find partners. Find your own partners, preferably in the United States, before even coming to look for Ghanaian partners, so that you have the capital that can really do a lot for your business. Part of the challenge we have both in Ghana and in the diaspora is the difficulty of people trusting each other and doing business together. The stock exchanges that we all look up to in the US, in UK, wherever, are millions of shareholders of whether it is NVIDIA, whether it is General Electric or General Motors, it is millions of shareholders, not just 3-4 people. But we have difficulty in aggregating our small capitals together in Africa as well as in the diaspora. Let's try and consolidate ourselves a little bit more. Then we can be taken more seriously. So I'm speaking now as the former Minister of Trade and Industry of Ghana. When people come to do business, not just diasporans, and I look at their business plan, I ask about their shareholding, you can see it's all a weak structure. That will not go too far. So that's the first suggestion.
Thank you so much. So I'll go back to my panelists to kind of round up on your thoughts.
Thank you very much. I would like to reiterate that we will need a very strong collaboration. Earlier, I mentioned the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Diaspora Office in the Presidency, the National Development Planning Commission. Eric, thank you. You mentioned NIA. That's also a very important partner we must look at. I think going forward, diasporans and government institutions, we need to really collaborate very well. And I know diasporans have associations and all that, and it's a good point to start from. The identifiable groups and all that, we'll be able to do a lot. And there are common areas that we can always collaborate on. One of the things that Ghana does is that we integrate our international and global commitments in our national development planning system. So when you hear about the Sustainable Development Goals, Africa Agenda 2063 and all, we implement all of them in our national systems. So any of you who work with the Sustainable Development Goals or work in the space of the Africa Agenda 2063, it is a good place in Ghana for you to collaborate, because we implement them in our national decentralized planning system in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I think this conference has centered obviously mainly on the diaspora, but we've talked a lot about reparative justice, and I think it's important to think of the diaspora returning home as reparative justice in itself, as well as extracting resources, which we've talked about quite a lot. What happened during that period of time is our people were taken. Our people were taken, and because of the imbalance in terms of resources again and colonialism, then people felt the need to have to travel abroad to study and to work and to earn more money. But as the world changes and as we're looking towards reparative justice, making it easier for the diaspora to return, to work and to collaborate should be considered reparative in itself. And just to point to what Lady Denta was saying in terms of the mindset, we do have a lot of work to do on both sides. A lot of work to do on both sides. The perceptions that we have of each other, even as welcoming as we are limiting us, quite frankly. There's a perception here or on the continent that everyone coming from the diaspora is rich, mainly because they brought a ticket and things like that. But I want you to all know something. We live on credit. You guys own stuff here. It's a very different system. So I think because of the systems we set up, there is a perception that we have a lot, so we should be giving a lot, and then this leads to some problems. And then the other way is that I think that there's a huge skills deficit. And actually, on this continent, in this country, I see some of the finest minds in the world. There are just very different systems. So we've got to rid ourselves of some of these ideas that we have of each other, and you know, when we do, I believe that the possibilities are endless, and the collaboration is just exactly the type of thing that will move this country and this continent further.
Thank you, Bill.
I think that we should always look at history. We should always look at our connections. I always look at history sort of to study where I'm moving at in the future. And we have to understand specifically that the connection that Ghana and African Americans have, and a lot of times is African Americans know it, but we haven't discussed it with Ghana. So as a great Kwame Nkrumah traveled and went to Lincoln University, he went to Philly, he went to Harlem, and there was a seed implanted in his head of Pan-Africanism. He didn't get that from Ghana. He got that from interacting. Rabbi Cohen, think you were around at some time. He got that from interacting, and it's different. And it changed his mind to be proud to be black, to come back and say, this continent has the resources and we can build. He came back and became first president, as we know. But, and let me be clear, that helped Ghana gain its independence. That seed that was planted. But as we switch to America, when he gave his inauguration speech, there's a man by the name of Dr. Martin Luther King who was on the stage. And as the civil rights movement was moving on, he was starting to get weary. He didn't know if he would achieve his dream. It was a lot. And I can only imagine sitting there and watching all these Ghanaians relieve themselves of the chains of colonialism. We're free to be seeing this. It motivated him. It said you can study this to write I Have a Dream speech, because he's seen freedom. He's seen freedom from millions of Ghanaians. So let me be clear, that also influenced African Americans in America. So we have to understand how we're linked. So now we're coming home. It's not just because we're coming home. We're coming home because we have a feeling it was already built. It was built by Ambassador Ben. It was built by things Rabbi Cohen built. It's things that we built. So now I'm saying let's prepare for us, because we're coming home. There's no doubt about it. We're going to figure this out. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Let's wrap up real quick.
So I guess that we can have other discussions. We can say anything we want to say. I think the talk is too much. Let's be intentional about what you want to do and move forward.
I love that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think on the note on intentionality, I would want to reiterate IOM Ghana's commitment to the cause of Ghana in terms of engaging its diaspora. We have worked quite in a number of African countries and other countries, but we see Ghana is ready to work with its diaspora. And on behalf of my boss, the Chief of Mission, I would want to reiterate our commitment and also above all to congratulate Ghana on the successful organization of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we will continue this conversation. We have a diaspora conversation event on the 2nd of January at the Conclave, which talks about, you know, a lot of people that have returned, and also for you to meet government agencies and know what to do. So if you were to die here, what happens? Come and meet Birth and Death, come and meet GRA, come and meet SNIT, come and meet the Registry Office, the Land Commission, so you know how to do the right thing. And I think they'll play a short video, and then I'll thank everybody. Thank you so much for listening to us. The video?
Helping them to rediscover their roots. At Gooba Diaspora Conversation, you will hear from returnees who have moved back home to Ghana, and from agencies who will help you and guide you step by step. Housing documentation, permits, immigration issues, land questions, schools, and business registrations. Come with your questions. Every single one of your questions will be answered on the day. Your homecoming starts here. Get your tickets online now. Limited spaces available.
Thank you.
Thinking of moving back home to Ghana?
Thank you so much, Lady Dental. Please, a round of applause for Lady Dental Watting and her panelists. Fantastic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of our next panel, it gives me great pleasure to spend the next 10 minutes hearing from Integration Initiatives for West Africa, the ECOWAS Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa, will do us the honors of sharing those words. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa. And if you are out in the lobby, ushers, please bring in our delegates kindly as we near the close of Ambassador, please. Ambassador, kindly take the podium here, please. You are the special person. Please warmly welcome Ambassador Musa Fattah.
Yeah, thank you, very much for this very kind invitation. I am supposed to um, have a discussion on the regional integration process in West Africa to contribute to this very, very important forum. I would want, on behalf of the ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States and its president, uh, His Excellency Omar Ali Toure, for his apology for not for unavoidably absent at this very important forum, and wants to thank the government of Ghana for the kind of invitation to this very, very important occasion, and to express our sincere appreciation to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the invitation to be part of this historical event. We know long before even he became president for the first time, he has been a committed Pan-Africanist, somebody that our citizens on the continent and in the diaspora could always relate to, and he has never let them down. So, Your Excellency, we thank you for this very important event, initiative, and we would also like to congratulate him because the peers of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama unanimously at the last summit of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government nominated him to be the sole representative of West Africa, which means it's a done deal, to be the chair of the African Union for the year 2027. And I think he richly deserves it, and would want to, thank him very much for that, and to also express our full trust in what he's doing in leading our continent. We are talking about regional integration, and I think in West Africa in particular, we've had a series of these initiatives. They didn't, start today, and I can give you today, when you talk about the Alliance of Sahelian States, the foundational document on which they are built was the Litako Gourma Authority, which brought together the countries of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger as far back as 1970. In order for them to come together to solve their common developmental issues. We've also had other organizations that have emerged since then, like for example, the Mano River Union, which is now the Mano River Basin, encompassing countries like Liberia, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, and Guinea, which emerged as far back as 1973, also to deal with issues of common interest, whether it is cross-border threats or development based on their special needs in the region. And I think these are some of the drivers that brought about the founding of the Economic Community of West African States in 1975. And I cannot actually start talking about the regional integration process and the need for it without actually touching on the theme of this very important meeting, that is the diaspora and its role in the current state of affairs globally and how it impacts, Africa. And to also agree with Africans, whether on the continent or in the diaspora, about the transatlantic trade being the worst crime against humanity, since time immemorial, and the demand for reparations, other thing, very apt, and there is no way of letting up, and we have to, continue on that path. It is not only demanding an apology for what has happened to the Africans of African descent throughout 4 centuries of slavery. People usually talk about colonialism as a major, one of the causes of what is happening in Africa today. We need to admit that very few countries in the world escaped colonialism. Not even the United States, not China, not Brazil, and others. They all went through it. The difference I would, sort of venture is the fact that the slave trade made colonialism easier for the colonialists on the continent, reduce the resistance of Africans and in the diaspora, to that, because for 4 centuries, their wealth was reduced to zero throughout the world, and we are still recovering, from that situation, whether on the continent or in the diaspora. And it is very important for us to make sure, that we are not only asking for, we are not only asking for an apology, and also, what is it? Reparation for what has happened materially, and also, making sure that we ourselves recover from that state in which Africans, our African brothers and sisters, our grandfathers have suffered in terms of their mental state up till now. It is very important to do that. And reparation, we are not asking for just money. Apologies, one of them. Our artifacts, that is another, issue, should be returned. If they are not even being returned, if they are in all the museums, the important, museums in the world today, Africa's ownership of them must be recognized, and appropriate, payment for them being used there, on the, agreement of Africans and then people of African, descent. So that is, where we are today. And I just want to state a few issues on context as we move toward the 50th anniversary. This year, we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the founding of ECOWAS in May 2025. And ECOWAS has made several strides, but today, the ECOWAS region, like much of Africa, is also caught in the middle of the very serious geostrategic and geopolitical shifts, globally, and there is no way these things, these developments will not impact the fortunes of the African continent, and for that matter, the West African region. ECOWAS was created first and foremost to foster economic ties among member states, but we have grown into today the guardian of regional integration, political stability, peace, and security. And that almost all these regional organizations that were created for economic purposes have had to veer towards the areas of peace and security, just because of the very serious linkages between security and development. And that's what we've seen among all institutions. Even, when we are talking about the European Union today, about the rearmament that is going on in the world. And I think His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, both at the last General Assembly of the UN, and here made reference to that. Amidst today's fragmentations and external pressures, there is need also to recognize all efforts by government, civil society organizations, and diverse institutions, both regional and international, including our West African diaspora, for the roles in reshaping the communities, the community's economic, integration agenda, today. And that is what I wanted to point out, that the ECOWAS as a community has created foundation that could serve as a very serious network for our diaspora, for them to contribute to the development of this region. And I just want to highlight just two of them as we move forward. One, that West Africa intends by 2027 to adopt a common currency. We all know, that in West Africa we have got two broad areas dominated by one, the French CFA, the franc CFA in a part of West Africa, and the rest member states that are using their own currencies. Since about 2000, there has been this campaign for West Africa to have one currency called the ECO, and it has been a shifting target. And now there is a determination by the heads of state that by 2027, all of West Africa would have been made to achieve the macroeconomic convergence criteria for us to move toward the single currency in West Africa. And we all know the advantages that will bestow on us, particularly with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area being headquartered here in Ghana, how it's going to promote development and also easy business transactions, not only for our member states over here, but our brothers and sisters in the diaspora to do business just with one currency. The second, which is also quite an important decision that was taken, just about less than 2 weeks ago, is that by next year, air travel in West Africa is going to come down by 25%. Yeah. We know the difficulties of air travel in our region, and the authority of health of state have taken that decision, and already we are in consultations, in discussions with all the airlines in the region to make sure that across board fares come down by a minimum of 25%. That is already agreed, and it will take effect within a year of this time that we are talking about, which is a very something like a very important area for us. And finally, it is about infrastructure development in the region. And already we have reached the point where about 4 countries, member states in West Africa, that together contribute about 75% of West Africa's economy, would have a single corridor linked by road and rail, network. That is from Nigeria in Lagos through Benin, Togo, Ghana, and ending in Abidjan in Cote d'Ivoire. All the feasibility studies have been completed, and the diaspora is here invited to say this is a very vital area of investment for the region, in order to have a share in this very important infrastructure network, whether it is road or rail, network, which is taking place right now in the region. And we invite you as a very viable area of investment in the region. I know it is very late in the day. I just wanted to highlight just a few of these areas that we've talked about, and to tell you that ECOWAS over the years has achieved a lot, learned a lesson from its weaknesses over the period, and one of them is the area of partnership. Finally, partnerships are going to form a very important area of ECOWAS repositioning itself, and by next year, discussions are already going on across the region with certainly a bottom-up approach on where ECOWAS should be going in the next 50 years in the region, and one of them is about partnership. We all know, concluding now. Yeah. We all know the impact of partnerships on what is happening in terms of economic integration in West Africa, where our trade is almost always with the external world. Intra-West African trade does not go beyond 12%, and this is where we have to, change. And one of the key is trying to reposition our partnerships with external, parties who are going to deal with the region from this time on for the interests of West Africa and for the people of West Africa. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa, ECOWAS Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, we will be joined by Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, moving us beautifully and smoothly into the closing ceremony of the first Diaspora Summit, of course, happening this year, 2025, this beautiful city of Accra. If I may kindly ask our ushers, please bring everybody back inside with due respect. If you could remain seated as we await the arrival of Her Excellency, that would be great. Please kindly come inside from the foyer. Please join us as we move into the last part of our program today, which will include a vibrant and an exciting conversation with the youth of Ghana, the youth of diaspora, moving literally and shaking things and making things happen, which indeed I would like to underline are the hope of the continent, the hope of our diaspora. And that conversation will happen in the presence of Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Also, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, we will have the QR code on the screen that will allow you to get the details and the data of some of the information that has been shared today and the organizations which you would like to be involved in, be part of. The conversations that you would like to partake in after this will be made available to you. We do believe that there are also some emails and websites that some of the organizers have shared interest or have shared that they are interested in helping you to have, so that you can be in contact and you can take advantage and we can indeed move language or words into action. In a few minutes, we'll be joined by Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, while we wait in readiness, please take a look at this video. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Please make welcome Her Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain upstanding as we're joined by Her Excellency, the Vice President. She is aptly flanked by some distinguished, esteemed personalities. Our Minister, Deputy Minister are ushering our Vice President into the building. A round of applause for Her Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, here joining us to chair the closing ceremony of the Diaspora Summit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as we pay homage to this great land called Ghana. Here is the national anthem of the Republic of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the beautiful Republic of Ghana. And once again, you are very welcome. Your Excellency, we have had an outstanding 2 days here at the Diaspora Summit 2025, ably led by the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. We are honored to have you in our midst. We are now going to start off the closing ceremony with what one may call a pertinent conversation. All the conversations have been pertinent, but in the world, we talk about our youth. We talk about our hope. We talk about the young men and women who are carrying the dream of Africa forward. And so it is without a doubt an honor to have you joining us, Your Excellency, for this particular part of the conversation, which I personally know is also one of your heartbeats. Without further ado, allow me to bring to the stage the moderator of this conversation, Dr. Ishmael Dodu, Director and Head of Innovative Finance and Partnership at the 24-Hour Economy Secretariat, aptly leading, building the Ghanaian digital economy, the role and contributions of the diaspora youth. Dr. Nidodu has taken his place, and he will be joined by Joshua Opoku-Agyemang, who is a visionary technology leader and youth innovation champion. Please, a round of applause for Joshua. John Ofori, who is here as the co-founder and CEO of Rethink Africa. John Ofori, please, a round of applause for John Ofori. We are also joined by Queenie A. Kessie, who is, of course, from Belgium and Luxembourg, leading Diaspora Connect Global. And of course, she is also a senior officer within her company. Now, ladies and gentlemen, last but definitely not the least, please welcome Joshua Opoku-Agyemang, who I mentioned before. Do we have everybody? Doc, do we have everybody? Last not the least, we've got Eric. Eric, where are you, please, kindly? Please welcome Eric Amakwe. Eric Amakwe, yes, please join me in welcoming Eric Amakwe, who is the lead IT professional, Ministry of Communications. Now, Dr. Dodo, you have a beautiful, crisp, and powerful 15 minutes to do your magic. The floor is yours. Your Excellency, please, this is the panel.
Thank you very much, Nita, Your Excellency, all distinguished guests that are here. It's an honor to moderate the closing session of this very important conversation program that we've had for the past 2 days. This is going to be an intergenerational dialogue. We're going to speak from your heart, and I'm going to ask very tough questions. But please, in order that they don't feel intimidated, give me a smile. All of you, please. All right. Josh, you have pioneered STEM education. You have led establishment of robotics. You have challenged Ghana to say, Ghana 2050 is a country which is super productive. We want to have electric trains. We want to build our AI here. We want to manufacture our laptops and other things. How should we construct this vision with youth in it?
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. So I think I'd like to take us back to history. When you look at what we call the Industrial Revolution, which started with the first industrial revolution. This was at the era where we have to stop agriculture enhancing age to working in the factories, because that's where the steam engine was invented as a technology. And that drove the world. And the country that developed that innovation led the world. From there, it moved to the second industrial revolution, which was powered by electricity on oil. And that generation also moved the whole economy in the global world as well. And that's why the countries that invested a lot in oil, today they control the world. From there, it moved to the third industrial revolution, which was driven by internet technology, computers, and smartphone. And we'll see what happened with the internet. The trillion-dollar industries that have been built within a short possible time on the internet. Today, we're looking at what we call the fourth industrial revolution, which is driven by AI, robotics, IoT, blockchain, and the likes. And we see how AI and all these emerging technologies are shaping the future. So if you look at history, you always get to realize that the countries that adopt these new technologies and build their economy with it become superpower. And it had moved from Europe to the West, now to Asia, because Asia is dominating in the fourth industrial revolution. But then there's something important about our continent today, that as we look into the future, 2050, we're going to have 2.4 billion population, which we're going to have about 60% of this being young people under 25. For me, it's a gift for Africa. But then it's also a challenge if we don't prepare this 1.2 billion for the next 25 years. And I think that's where technology comes in, STEM education comes in, innovation comes in. The youth of today are born into the technology. Our parents were born before computers. They have to force to learn. The youth today, they were born into it. So even before they came out from their womb, they already know how to use them. And if we can give them the access and the skills, they can easily leapfrog our economy. We've seen that happen with fintech, where we have genuinely innovated mobile money, which is unique across the whole world, and it's very tailored for Africa leapfrogging in financial inclusion. I see the same thing with education, that if we can empower the youth with access to STEM education, it could leapfrog us with our industries, our sector development, among others. And that's why I believe that in the next 25 years, if we constantly keep building that capacity of the youth, the next 1.2 billion young forces would all be empowered to build our continent. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. You said very important points. And by the way, Josh has built robot that is actually, they are trying to customize it to a health sector, to educational sector, to a digital technology sector, and particularly machine and fabrication. And he was recently featured by BBC. So thank you, Josh, for representing Ghana in a very powerful way. But Jonas, one of the things that Josh said, which is very intriguing, is the fact that by 2050, our population is going to balloon to billions. But in Ghana, we're going to be about 50 million people. So about 15 million more people are going to be added to our population. But the current situation in which we have 1.7 million youth who can neither read nor write in any language. Now, you have this vision to claim the future for the country by training 5 million people that are AI fluent in terms of having all the tools, capacity to develop an AI technology to support our productive sectors. Why do you think this is important, and how do you think this will happen?
Well, thank you for having me. I would say we are looking into the future in a different way from our end. A lot of young people are tech enthusiasts. We are in a world where these young people have all the advantage at their fingertips, and they are the future of this continent and this country. We are taking digital literacy as something important to us, because if these young ones understand digital literacy, we are not going to have the problems we faced way back, in the sense that we've heard a lot of people saying AI is going to take their jobs, right? But we are here to tell you that AI is not taking your job. If you equip these young people to learn more about AI, they are rather going to help you automate the human resource sector, the government sector, and other sectors. One sector that we are more passionate about is the agriculture sector. How are we using technology to develop the sector very well? We are coming up with a lot of solutions where we are able to detect diseases among crops even from our various homes and our various offices. Ghana is one of the leading producers of cocoa on the continent and in the world. If we are able to use AI or technology to detect diseases in crops early, I believe we are going to produce a lot of these crops to the benefit of these young people who are going to be employed, in the sense that if they have the knowledge on the technology, they are going to create employment for themselves. And if these young people also create employment for themselves, it's going to benefit the economy, in the sense that it's going to bring a relief on the government in a way that the government does not need to create more jobs for these young people. So one thing we believe the government can also focus more on is the digital literacy, helping us preach the message to the people outside Accra. We are only focusing on Accra and Kumasi. I have been to regions where students don't even know how to use the laptop, how to even type. Recently, I was in the Honorable Minister's region, and we crossed one of the rivers and we were training those young people on digital literacy. And we are amazed that these people are able to learn fast, in the sense that the people in Accra are even struggling to get. So I believe if the diaspora office creates some opportunity, these young people can learn very fast to help our economy grow, in a sense.
Thank you very much. This is very brilliant, because you touched on one of the things that is the nerve center of our discussion early this morning and through the day, which is how do we power a 24-hour economy, a new economy that is infused with digitization to make the country more productive, self-reliant, and efficient. And I think your contribution in agriculture, agri-tech, using all types of technology to strengthen what they call precision farming, is extremely important. And you touch another point which has to do with diaspora, and that's why I'm going to Queen A. So Queen A has created a platform called Diaspora Global Connect. And this is to really look at the power of the diaspora, both in terms of technology they bring, capacity they bring, the markets that they represent, and are able to actually bring together to support the development of the country. In a sense, looking at the economic aspect of reparation. Now, Queenie, what make you do what you actually do?
Thank you. I respectfully greet all excellencies present. I'm honored to be here by the grace of God. Well, what made me build Diaspora Connect Global and the app called Diaspora Plug is out of experience. 4 years ago, I tried to relocate to Ghana, and I had to go back to the cold 6 months later. So I tried to see, okay, what worked, what didn't work, what was missing, and I noticed that it was systems and structure, and also ways to connect. As a diaspora, where do I go to? Sometimes you don't find all information at the right place. So as we were saying, the diaspora is the 17th region of Ghana and the 6th regions of Africa. We now build but we don't have a physical land, right? So Diaspora Connect Global has built like a digital land for the diasporans to now connect with our brothers and sisters here, and through that we can create job opportunities remotely, right? And that would also help because there are a lot of people that have the talent, but they just don't have the jobs. And maybe a lot of diasporans have businesses, but to now hire people from Belgium is very expensive. With that same amount, you can hire maybe 2 or 3 people and still pay them correctly. So that's the reason why I started this, and we've been doing it for 4 years, but I could not get enough people. So that's why we then strategized and changed it, and now we have a whole different strategy. We are working with Belgian Embassy to now have all the Belgian diasporans in Belgium on the platform, and then we'll be going to other embassies. So I'm happy that we even have a diaspora embassy here. So I'll connect with them and see how best we can do it.
That's fantastic. And then she's doing a fantastic job trying to connect diaspora globally who want to identify themselves to the continent. That's great. So, Eric, policy. From where you sit as a senior IT director in digitization and economy, listen to all the firing ambition that the young people have. How do you place them I'm talking Ghana youth, diaspora youth. How do you place them in policy to ensure that this ambition can actually be realized from where you sit?
Thank you very much. By way of policy, the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations have been doing a lot. I might say that Joshua here is one of our products. Yeah, he's one of our products through one of our agencies, Kofi Annan ICT Center for Excellence. And since innovation has been added to the core mandate of our ministry, we have been doing a lot. Throughout the whole of this year, we have met about 60 young startups, especially the youth, with regards to AI. And I might mention that AI is something that is dear to us. And that is why we are trying to put across a national AI strategy, which I am part. It is at the final stage. What we are trying to do is that we want to own what we have as Ghanaians. We want to own what we have as Ghanaians and ensure that whatever we do reflects what we do here. What am I trying to say? People are using many of the AI tools anyway. You put information there and we don't know where the information goes. Somebody else is keeping the information. Recently, I was trying to fill a form for an agency in the US. So I put across certain things to ChatGTP. And I realized that the information that came was a colleague's information who earlier on put those informations there. So that is what we are trying to do as a ministry by way of policy to guard what we do with regards to AI, to ensure that when the implementation starts, there will not be abuses. It will be guarded for the development of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we are very privileged to have our own mother here, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jenana, is here with us. And actually, I know a heart for motherhood. She will love to engage in this conversation. But there's a way we can actually bring her in. As mom is here, what sincere advice do you have to senior government officials, some of the players who are here, who are working with youth to build this economy and the Ghana that we want? The 2050 Ghana that is so powerful that everything else is skyscrapers and so on that you described before. What are your last few words for reflection to all of us, so that when we sit in cabinet, we are sleeping, we think about it? Very quick ones for all of you.
Okay.
From the bottom of your heart.
Your Excellency.
And you can look at mom.
I want to pick a quote from Dr. Agri. He said, if you educate a man, you educate a person, one person. But if you educate a woman, you educate a whole nation. In the 21st century, I believe that we need to empower our young females with STEM education. And that's why we've designed this STEM learning kits. Already, it's making a lot of impacts. And we want to be able to raise 1 million young females in STEM, because we believe that when you look at the career choices of our students, it's influenced by parents, specifically the mother. If we have 1 million scientists, engineers, or trained STEM professionals, they are likely going to influence the next 3 generations of their kids to go into STEM-related career. And the reason why that is important is because the future of work, most of the jobs are going to be in STEM field. And it's very challenging because of stereotype and cultural biases to break that. So my request would be, we'll be happy to work with you to ensure that in your time of service, we're able to train 1 million young female Ghanaians in STEM education.
That's powerful. That's powerful. And Jonas?
Thank you. Her Excellency, my humble request to your officers. We are looking at training young female in artificial intelligence. I call it Africa intelligence in the sense that if we build our own data sets and we build our own information here, we'll be able to produce whatever we want on this continent. This week, I heard you say that if we pick Aboboya and we can produce a part of it, we'll be as a country that is in production. I am requesting that your office will be able to create an initiative for us to train these young females across the country before your tenure ends. Thank you so much.
Hi, Queenie, from the diaspora to home.
From the diaspora to home, I would just want to say that there is power in unity. And I pray that one day we will not really have to differentiate the diaspora from home, but then we would really be one. And I'm not necessarily saying one in what we do, but one in vision, in mission, in execution. And that's the only way we can win. Everything we said today is with mindset, unity, and integrity. And Mommy, I want to say you're a very big example to women, because to be a vice president. Thank you. God bless you.
Oh. Eric, you
Yeah,
have
so-
the last word.
Yeah, so I'm coming from the policy angle. I must say that the government is doing well with the reset agenda. We started a 1 million coders initiative. We just ended our girls in ICT house all over the country to the rural areas trying to train young girls. We did a training of trainers. We train teachers, and then they go out there and train these young girls in basic ICT tools. So the government is doing well, but from the policy angle, we want more. As my colleagues here, they want more. And we are the policy angle. So, Mommy, we will beg you to look at the ministry, especially the Innovation Directorate, as I'm representing this afternoon. Now, we have a lot of initiatives to do, but we need more help to enhance our work. Sometimes we need to travel all over the country to ensure that these things are done, to ensure that the initiatives of the government are done, but sometimes challenges with vehicles and all other logistics. So you look at our angle as well, so that we can drive government's policy and agenda for a reset Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Brothers and sisters, Your Excellencies, this is how we bring our lively conversation to an end, but it's a precursor to our continual conversation. And I thank you very much for this opportunity for our young ones to really express their heart to us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's give it to them.
Doc, we thank you so much for bringing the young voices onto the stage to address issues that would only help to build our continent and, of course, make sure that our diasporan community is involved at the highest level. It is with honor that I bring onto the stage Ambassador Mohammed Adams, who will do us the service of bringing the rapporteur's report of the Diaspora Summit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome Ambassador Adams.
Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, Deputy Chief of Staff, the Envoy for Reparations, Director for Reparations, and let me now stand on the existing protocol established both yesterday and today to recognize the other dignitaries present. And say I have the honor and privilege to present a summary of proceedings of the Diaspora Summit held yesterday and today. The inaugural session of the Diaspora Summit Ghana 2025 constituted a watershed moment in the evolution of Ghana's engagement with its global diaspora. Convened under the visionary stewardship of His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama and graced by distinguished presence of His Excellency Fore Nyasingbe, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Togo, the proceedings established a comprehensive architecture for institutionalizing diaspora participation as the 17th region of Ghana, a designation that transcends symbolism to embrace substantive political commitment and structural integration. The Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ghana, Honorable Samuel Kujetu Ablakwa, delivered a profoundly evocative welcome address that established both the moral foundations and historical coordinates of the summit's deliberation. The summit also featured an impressive constellation of distinguished representatives from across the African continent, the Caribbean, the broader international community, whose contributions powerfully reinforce both the moral legitimacy and the global relevance of the operations agenda. The contributions of these distinguished personalities were in the form of panel discussions, presentations, and the general comments. These were reinforced by insightful and sometimes emotional observations from participants. The deliberations were characterized by 3 strands of exceptional significance. First, a deliberate anchoring of contemporary discourse in historical veracity and the imperatives of reparative justice. Second, articulation of a sophisticated policy-driven partnership paradigm between the Ghanaian state and its global citizenry. And third, the reaffirmation of Ghana's historic Pan-African leadership in advancing continental renewal, African renaissance, and global diaspora engagement. There were cultural performances during the summit which transcended mere entertainment to achieve genuine intellectual significance, serving as profound testaments to the reality that Africa's historical narrative resides not exclusively within documentary archives, but equally within lived experiences as well. There were rays of hope for the reparation agenda, exemplified in the case of Namibia and legal arguments by the civil rights activist Benjamin Crump. In the Namibian case, his pioneering experience in pursuing historical redress and reconciliation for the Hiroro and Nama genocide offered an invaluable insight during the summit. This illuminated both the complexities and possibilities inherent in seeking reparation from former colonial powers through sustained diplomatic engagement and international advocacy. Benjamin Crump, for his part, provided an incisive legal analysis by articulating the doctrine of unjust enrichment as a compelling and well-established judicial foundation for reparations advocacy. He elucidated that the principle of unjust enrichment provides a robust framework directly applicable to the transatlantic slave trade and colonial extraction. He articulated that his legal theory offers advocates a concrete basis for claiming in both domestic judicial systems and international legal fora, effectively transforming reparations discourse from purely moral arguments into actionable legal remedy grounded in established principles of restitution, equity, and corrective justice. Now I come to the major observations and recommendations of the summit. Observations. 1. The summit observed a fragmented approach to the reparations agenda, including a definition of the term, quote and unquote, reparations, which needed to be urgently addressed collectively. 2. It was observed that there were a series of disjointed frameworks in the reparations agenda, including the African Union's own and that of the CARICOM. 3. A lot of literature about Africa is still riddled with perspectives from the colonizers and does not represent the true reflection of the African condition. 4. It was observed that not much preparations have been done with regard to the funding for the processes for the reparations agenda. The quest for reparations is often perceived as an event rather than a process. 5. It was observed that not much mobilization had been done with regards to the quest for reparations that involves all sections of society, both national and international. The summit observed that though there have been diaspora engagement between the government of Ghana and the diaspora, it remained few and far between. 7. It was observed that diaspora investments are often stalled by structural bottlenecks that reduce the drive for diaspora investments. From these observations, these recommendations flow. 1. Africa must advance the reparation agenda collectively, strengthening coordination between states, regional bodies, and global African diaspora to ensure a unified and authoritative voice. 2. Reparations should include, but not be limited to, the following: fundamental reform of the global financial economic architecture, debt cancellation and restructuring, restitution, return of stolen cultural artifacts, relocation and resettlement support for people where applicable, access to tangible resources, and development financing. 3. African nations must prioritize rewriting and decolonizing educational curricula to teach African history accurately, in collaboration with the diaspora, ensuring future generations understand their shared heritage and struggles. 4. There must be no reparations without preparation. Clear mechanisms must be established to determine how reparations funds will be mobilized, governed, and deployed in a transparent and accountable manner. 5. The reparations movement must mobilize Africa's intellectual capital, civil society, and the working people, ensuring that advocacy is grounded both in scholarly rigor and grassroots engagement. 6. It was recommended that structured medium of engagement should be put in place to allow for frequent dialogue between the diaspora and the government of Ghana. 7. It was recommended that Ghana needs to expedite action in putting the necessary structures in place to ensure accelerated foreign direct investment from the diaspora. The following are the major conclusions. The summit reaffirmed that the injuries of colonialism and enslavement remain deeply entrenched and cannot be reversed through symbolic gestures alone. African peoples and those in the diaspora continue to experience structural, economic, and psychological harm resulting from colonial crimes, which were acknowledged as actual crimes against humanity, not historical abstractions. Participants emphasized that reparatory justice is a lived experience, not a theoretical concept, and that reparations are legal and moral obligations, not acts of charity or mercy. No amount of financial compensation can fully remedy the damage caused by colonialism. Therefore, reparations must extend beyond monetary considerations. The summit noted that colonialism has not ended but persists in contemporary forms, particularly through unequal global power relations and the unjust international financial architecture. It was observed that being, quote unquote, at the table without decision-making power was deemed insufficient, and thus meaningful participation must be accompanied by a rebalancing of power. Concerns were also raised regarding the definitional ambiguity of surrounding reparations. Participants stressed that they stressed the need to clearly articulate what is being repaired. That is, economic systems, social structures, cultural identity, political autonomy, and historical truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mohammed Adam, for the rapporteur's report. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here because, of course, as I said before in the opening ceremony, on the shoulders of this extraordinary individual, we have believed in the Diaspora Summit 2025. True, a collective effort, but I would also like to highlight the indefatigable support and help of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please, a round of applause for the ministry. I'm sure it hasn't been easy, but I will not take the wind out of his sail. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please welcome Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Anita. Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang, senior government officials, Presidential Special Envoys, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, CEOs, and let me single out KOD, the Presidential Advisor, the Diaspora, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of international organizations. I see our ECOWAS Commissioner for Peace and Security, Ambassador Fatau, the Embassy of all Africans in the diaspora, headquartered here in Accra, led by Ambassador Bennett, family members. We have had an outstanding diaspora summit, and I believe you all deserve a round of applause for your contributions in making this a success. It has been an incredible 2 days of reuniting, of reconnecting, and of strengthening our family. This is not a goodbye. We are only taking a momentary break. And I know that the task that we have all committed to, we are going to join forces and work towards achieving those tasks. I want to take a moment to celebrate our special guest of honor, the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. We must celebrate her because long before Ghana decided to convene diaspora summits right from the era of Panafest, she, as a student, decided that her area of research, her contribution to the advancement of knowledge, will focus on diaspora affairs. And so those of you who have researched on her, who have taken interest on her academic work, know that her PhD was on the diaspora and the resistance that we face, particularly about the gaps in knowledge, the gaps in truth, the gaps in the contributions that we have made to humanity, which has been deliberately suppressed, which has been deliberately hidden from us. She set out on a voyage to discover the truth, to write about that, to document it, so that we all can know that we have always been a proud people, we have always been knowledgeable, we have always been skilled, we have always been a great force that nobody can suppress. And she continued even beyond her PhD to author books and to write extensively on this matter. So she is not one who is here just to read a speech for a closing ceremony. She belongs to this fraternity, she belongs to this struggle, and we must celebrate her. And she keeps making the point that we must know that our brothers and sisters, our family, cannot be complete without the recognition that a part of us is away, and we must do everything in our power to reunite and to ensure that we create the conditions that will allow for our family members to return home. And so I am so proud that more than 30 years of academic work, today she sits at the office of the president as vice president and is able to guide us, is able to lead us, is able to make the necessary policy interventions needed for us to achieve our objectives. Professor Nana Jenopoku-Agyemang is certainly a blessing to this whole Pan-African movement. And we salute her, we celebrate her. So if our family members in the diaspora had any doubt about having somebody high up at the decision-making table who will advocate for you and who will make sure that we carry out policy interventions that are in your interest, I hope by now all of that doubt has been cleared, because you have in Professor Nana Jenopoku-Agyemang an advocate extraordinaire who is an authority, who knows the subject matter, and who does not need any convincing. So it is really an honor for us as a country to have her sitting right at the presidency next to President Mahama. And I'm sure you can now begin to appreciate why Ghana is doing so well when it comes to reconnecting with our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Over the last 2 days, we have all decided that we are going to ramp up all effort to ensure that the reparatory justice agenda is an agenda that does not falter, an agenda that does not fail, an agenda that succeeds. And we told the AU champion on reparations, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, when he was here, that all of us are strongly behind him and we will ensure that he succeeds. As Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana, let me assure all our international partners that Ghana is not seeking to undermine our cordial relations. We will maintain friendly and cordial relations with all our international partners. That has to be emphasized. We are not at war. Let's look at it this way. The same way our friends in the international community are able to give us deadlines on the debts they say we owe them, and they impose sanctions when we don't pay. And as we speak, Ghana has been compelled to go through a very bitter debt restructuring program. It has not been easy, particularly for pensioners, bond holders. It has not been easy. We've gone through a very bitter period. But we know that we owe a debt, and there is that obligation. And that is why we've borne all of these difficulties. We swallowed the bitter pills. And yet it hasn't affected our relations with our friends in the international community. So the same way, when we say that reparation must be paid, the stolen artifacts must be returned, we are not starting a war. We are not starting a fight. We do not intend to undermine our friendly and cordial relations. We rather seek to enhance that, because it is they who brought us Christianity and they who taught us that you are in better standing when you seek forgiveness. And you are always in better standing and have a higher chance of making it to heaven when you restitute. Restitution is a Christian doctrine. So we all want to make heaven. We all want to go to heaven together. Let's all pay our debts. Let's seek forgiveness. Let's do restitution. Let's return what does not belong to us, and let's all go to heaven. Same doctrines, same principles. It should not undermine our relations at all. I also want to emphasize that the foreign ministry will pursue policies that will bring us closer together and that will facilitate the kind of engagement, the kind of trade, the kind of investments that we all desire and which have come up in these last 2 days. And that is why I'm delighted to announce to you that this government, on the strict instruction of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, will be rolling out an e-visa policy in the first quarter of next year, 2026. And we have discussed at management at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that we are going to have a special dispensation for Africans in the diaspora, so that you will not have to make the same payments as others will make. And indeed, in our discussions, we are going to make sure that there will be a certain reciprocity when it comes to those visa payments based on countries, how much we pay when we want to go into their country. We will mirror and we will make sure we are all paying the same in the spirit of reciprocity, so we can all raise the funds that we need to develop our country. However, we will have a special dispensation for Africans in the diaspora so that you can travel to the motherland easily and smoothly and more conveniently. The president has also instructed that efforts should be accelerated so that we can have back in the skies Ghana Airways. Just imagine the thousands of you who attended this diaspora summit. Imagine if all of those tickets you bought, that money was an investment in the Ghanaian economy and not in the other countries, largely in cosmopolitan Europe, where those ticket resources are going to, those revenues are going to. Just imagine. And imagine how we'll even have had the ability, if we had our own airlines, to even say that those attending the Diaspora Summit, just as we made visas free for those attending the Diaspora Summit, we could have had even a discount, a good discount for our fellow brothers and sisters attending the Diaspora Summit. If we had our own airlines, we could have done that. So I am happy that the technical committee the president set up is nearing the conclusion of its work. And I am so proud that we work under President Mahama and Vice President Nana Opoku-Agyeman, passionate Pan-Africanists who want to restore our image, our pride, and who want to see that the Black Star flies in the skies again. It's also about our pride. It is also about demonstrating, as the Osagefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said, that the black man is capable. We are capable of managing our own affairs. We are capable of making sure that we develop our country in the way that it should be developed. As I conclude, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am also proud to stress that in these last 2 days, as we have discussed reparatory justice, we have reminded ourselves, and it came up in the youth discussion a while ago, that we are not going to sit idle. We are not going to distort our development trajectory because we are waiting for reparations. The two are not mutually exclusive. We are going to stay focused on the economic transformation which President Mahama has been spearheading. And we are going to make sure that with our limited resources here, we use them judiciously, prudently, eschewing avarice, corruption, and wastage, and investing in the young people of our country to make sure that the development that our country needs is secure. And so let us not be mistaken, and nobody should distort our quest and our agenda. Yes, we seek justice, we seek closure, we want healing. Nobody stopped the Jews from demanding healing, and we support compensation for the Jews, reparation for the Jews. The Holocaust has to be condemned and will always be condemned. And Ghana renews its condemnation of the Holocaust. We condemn the genocide that happened in Namibia, and we support our brothers and sisters in Namibia in their ongoing negotiations with the Germans. And I'm happy that the chair of the Namibian Genocide Commission reported yesterday that they have been able to agree on some $1.3 billion compensation with the Germans. Ghana endorses those negotiations. But it is important to stress that all of these discussions will not retard the vision, the passion that we have for the development of our country. With or without their reparation, we shall seek development, we will develop our country, we will create opportunities for our people, and we'll make sure that we get that transformation with the founding father Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and all his contemporaries sought for. We remain committed to that cause. And I am so proud that we have in President Mahama and Vice President Professor Nana Jenopoku-Agyeman, two leaders who are so committed to the advancement of our country, the development of our continent. And as Africa Union champion reparations, Ghana would not fail the continent. But even as we seek reparations, we remain focused on our own development vision for the people we serve. On that note, let me thank the planning committee for putting together a very successful 2025 Diaspora Summit. We are going to have a debriefing session. A round of applause for them, a round of applause for them. Right after today's closing ceremony, we would meet, and immediately the recommendations, the action points, we will get to work, because follow-ups are so important. So planning committee and staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, staff of the Diaspora Department at the presidency, don't think your work is done. The actual work is now beginning. And I just want to serve notice. I'm a product of Professor Nana Jenopoku-Agyeman, and she taught me follow-ups. She says it's always more important than what you do at the beginning. That is what will determine our success. So we are going to get to work and follow up on the recommendations which the Rapporteur General read a while ago. And we'll start immediately working towards the Diaspora Summit of 2026. And we'll make sure that 2026 will even be bigger and brighter and better than 2025 was. I also want to thank all our sponsors. We had tremendous support from the corporate Ghana, the private sector, and other state institutions. And so even though you will not see a budget line, or you will not see that money was taken from the national coffers, You have seen that we've been able to finance these summit and all of its commitments because of our sponsorship drive that we carried out. So we thank all our sponsors. I know that the sponsors will be projected so that in the interest of time, I don't have to list all the sponsors. But you know from the depth of our heart that we are very, very grateful to all of our sponsors. We thank all of you for making the 2025 Diaspora Summit possible. A round of applause for them. And we thank all of you for attending this summit. We have only expanded our family. We now consider you part of our family. So let's exchange contacts, let's be nice to each other, and let's do the family introductions. Let us invite them home. Let us help them to integrate, and let us know that these are truly our brothers and sisters, and that when we say we want them to return, there is no other motive. We just want to reconnect. We see the diaspora as our 17th region in Ghana, and in Africa, they are our 6th region. And it's a genuine effort at reuniting. We are not interested in anybody's material wealth. It is really about coming together as family to develop our country as a family, as one people, and having that healing, that closure, which we all deserve. So we thank you very, very much, and we look forward to the keynote address. God bless you all for attending this 2025 summit. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the government, led by President Mahama, is eternally indebted to you all. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, we thank you so much for your passion, for your energy, and also for your leadership. And now, ladies and gentlemen, imagine a Pan-African cultural brand that could mobilize all of us, and of course the diaspora, towards Africa's economic emancipation, doing this through music and mirroring the ideologies of Kwame Nkrumah, of Marcus Garvey, and Africa's freedom fighters. Well, that brand is right here. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to bring onto the stage a musical by renowned playwright Latif Abubakar. Please warmly welcome this beautiful, powerful global spectacle called The Second Coming of Nkrumah.
Africa is crying. Africa is crying. From the deserts of the north to the forests of the west, across the savannas of the east, through the rain-soaked lands of the center. Down to the golden plains of the south. Africa is crying. Not for rain, no. Not for gold, but for her return. The return of her warriors, her dreamers, her founding fathers, the architects of freedom, who left us with vision, yet unfinished work. And now, and now, from the deepest valleys of darkness, the ancestors called and the people cried. The founding father has returned. Kinako! Kinako!
just take wing again. They walk beside the old Sadri fool to finish the freedom they began from Jamaica's prophetic flame. Jamaica's prophetic flame, Garvey's voice still rose from Ethiopia's throne of lion, Selassie's name and yours. Garvey's rose, Selassie's rose from the heart of Kenya's struggle. Kenyatta's courage stands from Morocco's desert stands. King Mohammed's spirit's land. Kenyatta's fire, Mohammed stands. And on the banks of Cairo's river, Nasser's stream flows wide, lighting out the binds this continent to Africa's pride. Oh, the ones who lit the sky now return to lead us high from the clouds of yesterday to Africa's new day. Welcome home, welcome
Freedom! 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 Freedom, not in the sense of political freedom, but freedom in a sense of economic freedom. Some of our leaders are selfish, and we as individuals are following their path, the root cause of all our problems. Think, my people. This is our chance to create change. We must act now. Tomorrow may be too late, and the opportunities will have passed by. And with it, the hope of a true and free Africa survival. I remember when I mounted the podium in March 1957, I said, "We have won the battle, and again we rededicate ourselves in a struggle to emancipate all other territories in Africa. Our independence is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of the African continent." But today, that statement must change too. We have lost the economic battle, and we must again rededicate ourselves to emancipate economically all the other territories in Africa. Our independence is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total economic liberation of the African continent. Economic independence now. And now, the Africa Nations Anthem.
Kena
I want to thank those who came from abroad to witness this occasion. And here I wish to quote the works of Marcus Garvey. He said, once upon a time, he looked throughout the world to see if he could find a government of black people. He looked around. He could not find one. Marcus Garvey said he was going to create one, but he did not succeed. But today, the work of Rousseau, the work of Agre, the work of Marcus Garvey, the work of Kesley Herford, the work of these illustrious sons who have gone before us have come to a reality. Freedom! 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 May God bless you. Thank you.
To Africa's new day. Welcome home, welcome home. With Garvey, Nasser, and Kenyatta near, Selassie's crown still rests in glory. King Mohammed lights the way from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the Globe Theatre. Beautifully put together by Abdul Latif. If you want to see that extended play, it's happening here on the 29th. And now, it gives me great pleasure to ask you to be upstanding. Please be up on your feet, because we are about to hear the powerful words of our keynote speaker here for the closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome our mother, a great leader, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Ladies and gentlemen, a resounding round of applause.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Can I address everyone as a colleague and a friend? Is that okay? Okay. Colleagues and friends then. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. I'll try to be very short. On behalf of His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, I'm very pleased to join you at the closing of the Diaspora Summit 2025. This summit is significant for many reasons. An important reason is that it is taking place at a time when Ghana has chosen to place history, justice, and responsibility at the center of her national and continental engagement. President Mahama's role as the African Union's champion for reparations transcends the symbolic. It is a deliberate commitment to advancing the dignity, memory, and material claims of Africans and peoples of African descent worldwide. Ghana intends to remain a serious home for that work. And Sam, thanks for the kind introduction. And to our young people, that a fine rendition, and I accept all your recommendations so that we can work together to realize your fine submissions. Over the past 2 days, this summit has invited reflection on the past and exchange of ideas for a promising future and the renewal of our sense of shared responsibility. Complex histories have been confronted, ideas have been tested, I have no doubt, and the meaningful partnerships between Ghana and her diaspora has been clarified in practice. The conversations have been confirmed, and they have confirmed that reparations are not just an abstract moral issue, but a political, economic, and historical one that requires structure, persistence, and credible leadership. To our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, thank you very much. Your contributions to Ghana are neither marginal nor episodic. Through remittances, skills transfer, investment, advocacy, and cultural preservation, you continue to influence this country's path. The idea of the diaspora as Ghana's 17th region is more than a slogan. It is a recognition of your place in our national life. And as you have realized already, this summit has also reaffirmed that resetting Ghana requires partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, government is committed to strengthening diaspora-friendly policies and expanding clear pathways for your return, investment, and collaboration. Initiatives, including the Ejumawura program, Nkoko Nketenkete, Feed Ghana, and the 24-hour economy policy, are designed to create real entry points for participation. We know that a strong partnership is not built solely on words. It is created by conditions. Under the Reset Ghana agenda, the groundwork for stability and growth is being rebuilt. Inflation has sharply reduced. The Ghana cedi is stabilizing. Reserves have strengthened, and confidence is returning. You are not happy that this is happening? Colleagues and friends, these are not end points. They are the baseline conditions needed for serious engagement by investors, innovators, and partners, both at home and abroad. We are counting on everyone to solidify the progress we have made so far and to do much, much more. Ladies and gentlemen, I began by stating that this gathering is significant in many ways. Please allow me to conclude my brief remarks on a personal note. In an earlier chapter of my academic life, I spent many years researching the transatlantic slave trade and its links to our societies, cultures, and global order. I was particularly interested in our cultural memory, especially regarding the resistance to enslavement. That work confronted me with the scale of historical violence, the resilience of our collective memory, and our own sense of identity today. Much of what I learned over the years has been expressed throughout this conference. I watched the program. And that tells us that the past is not just a closed chapter of history. That meaningful engagement with these legacies requires us to do more than remember. And that economically, socially, and psychologically, there is a lot we can do to build each other up. Our partnerships call for honesty, accountability, and ongoing action. In that sense, at this summit, we have not just revisited the past, we have clarified the work that still needs to be done. As we conclude the summit, we remember the importance of turning dialogue into lasting relationships, shared commitments, and ongoing action. As always, Ghana is prepared to play her role. To everyone who has traveled from far and near, Ghana welcomes you. Akwalba. Your presence here confirms that our histories are linked and that our futures are intertwined. On behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the government of Ghana, and the organizing committee of the Diaspora Summit 2025, I thank you sincerely for your engagement, candor, and commitment. May our collaborations continue with clarity, seriousness, and purpose. Enjoy the season. Afishapa. Afio, Afi. I want to thank you for your attention, and may God continue to bless all of us and unite our families. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. If I may kindly ask you to stay center stage for us. Honorable Minister, if you can usher up our VIPs in the front row for the official photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand in your places respectfully. After the photograph, Her Excellency will go back to her seat. We will acknowledge the national anthem before she departs. So ladies and gentlemen, just the front row. If I can kindly ask front row to kindly join Her Excellency for this official photograph. May I please ask everybody else to please stay at your seats. With due respect, everybody else, please stay at your seat. When we're done with the official photo, Her Excellency will go back to her seat. We will sing the national anthem, after which we will bid her farewell and close Diaspora Summit 2025. And as this photo is being taken, allow me to acknowledge the presence of Cheryl Murray Powell, Esquire, International President of the Ethiopian World Federation. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for having joined us. Thank you so much for bringing warm congratulations from His Imperial Highness Prince Hermes of Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close. Please remain in your positions. If our photographers are done, may I kindly ask Her Excellency to be ushered back to her seat. May I ask the technical team to be ready for the national anthem. Her Excellency will go back to her seat. Our VIPs will go back to their seats. Upon acknowledgement of the Republic of Ghana through the national anthem, Her Excellency will depart. We will ask you all to be upstanding for that. May we ask our VIPs to regain their positions kindly. VIPs, humbly regain your positions as we acknowledge the Republic of Ghana in a few seconds through the national anthem of the Republic. National Anthem of the Republic of Ghana. Gentlemen, 3 cheers for the Republic and for our diaspora. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Congratulations to Ghana. Congratulations to our diaspora. And may God bless us all. Your Excellency, you may now take your leave of us. May I kindly ask all delegates to remain standing in the positions while Her Excellency departs, after which we will officially ask you to depart as well. Please, let's respectfully stay in our positions, allowing her the space and the room to navigate to exit the building. A round of applause for Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, having given us an outstanding keynote address. May I ask our media brethren to please give Her Excellency some room to navigate her exit as she exchanges some pleasantries. Media, kindly give her some space and some room to navigate her exit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to see you for Diaspora Summit 2026. Have a good night. And for those of you who came driving, I have a Mitsubishi key holder here, a key. It reads 1065 Martin Grove Road. If this is your key, please see me. Mitsubishi key holder, Mitsubishi key with a key holder that says 1065 Martin Grove Road. I have your key, please. Mitsubishi car owner with a key, 1065 Grove. I have your key, please. Please come to me, pick up your key, please.